to give my lunch orders as soon as it's cold. Are you interested in a lunch? Swiss, do you want original things?
Sure.
And you want any sermons?
No.
No sides. Okay. All right.
Okay.
That can be paid for yours, so you're paid.
Good morning. Bob, we good? Okay, great. My apologies for our late start. I try and begin our meetings exactly on time. There is a saying among pilots, if you have a lot of time, fly. Otherwise, you better drive to get there. So we're here, and I'd like to call this meeting to order and begin with a roll call.
Weinberg here. Otto here.
Tatian here.
Fiorini here.
Thompson, glad to be here.
We have a quorum. It's a pleasure to be in Brentwood today, and thank you to those of you who have come to be with us at 9 o'clock. We're going to welcome Contra Costa County Supervisor Diane Burgis to provide a few words for us. Diane is the Contra Costa County District 3 Supervisor, recently elected, formerly the Executive Director of the Friends of Marsh Creek Watershed, has been the Director on the East Bay Regional Park District, on the Oakley City Council, and has served on a commission that we are all very familiar with, the Delta Protection Commission. So, Diane, I think you have a good working knowledge of the issues that the Delta Stewardship Council deals with. Thank you for having us here in Brentwood, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Fiorini and members of the Council, for the opportunity to welcome you to Contra Costa County. I represent the eastern portion of Contra Costa County that is located within the Delta. Contra Costa's entire northern border is bounded by a waterfront that flows from the Delta to the Bay. So we have an economy, a lifestyle, and a culture that celebrates our coastline. I live in Oakley, a block from the water, so I consider the Delta my backyard. As you stated, my background comes from working in our local watershed, promoting habitat restoration, improving water quality, and organizing volunteers to come out and do significant projects to improve our waterways. And I was recently elected to the Board of Supervisors, and one of the reasons I ran was because I recognized that we need to have a leader that was not only going to work to protect our precious Delta, but also someone that is going to stand strong against the tunnels. This is a priority for me, and I'm proud to stand with lots of my community members that have the same goals. And I hope you'll hear our message. We're asking that you not make the Delta tunnels a promoted option or a preferred alternative at this time. Instead, we ask for a comprehensive review and analysis that's required by the Delta Reform Act and such other things as a benefit cost analysis before declaring the tunnels or anything else to be promoted option or preferred alternative. We ask that any actions you take are done with thought and the understanding that it's very hard to undo the damages that the tunnels could make on our precious Delta. As someone that's worked with children and kids to kind of get them interested in what's going on, often they ask me, why did we do this when we've done some damage to our land and our water? And I've been able to say, well, we just didn't know that we were doing that damage. Unfortunately, today, there is significant science and common sense that says that this will do permanent damage and destruction to a special and a nationally significant resource. We're asking that you think first and act later. As you can see, well, you'll see a little later, there will be a big turnout, I suspect. We had a town hall last week that had 450 to 500 people that came out to show their concern and commitment to protecting the Delta, and I suspect you will hear from them then. I imagine you understand that Contra Costa has a long history of protecting the Delta, going back to what was once called the Peripheral Canal and then evolving through several iterations from the BDCP to the project it is today, the Water Fix. And there's a long list of influential leaders that come from Contra Costa County and the Delta, like Senator John Nedgedly, Sonny McPeak, Tom Torlakson, Mary Nedgedly-Pifo, and George Miller. And just to name a few, their passion and work ethic has laid the foundation for me and all of us ready for the challenge. A healthy, vibrant Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta estuary is closely tied to the physical, societal, and economic health of those who live, work, and recreate in the San Francisco Bay Delta region and throughout much of the state. We ask that you provide our Delta with a sufficient water supply of good quality and protect a delicate ecosystem that is unique and irreplaceable. Reestablishing healthy fish populations in the Delta would also mean current restrictions on water diversions could be relaxed, resulting in improved water reliability. A healthy Delta would promote economic health of a region and sustain agriculture, support recreation activities, and commerce. Protecting the Delta protects people and property through strong levees, comprehensive emergency response, and water of good quality. So once again, I'd like to welcome you to Contra Costa County. I ask that you listen and take in the messages that I'm sure you'll have a nice big group of people that will want to bring their messages to you. Hear their voice, and please be thoughtful of the impacts your decisions can make on your future. And as a side note, I was sharing with Susan earlier, my last day with my nonprofit was just this past November, and I was out in my waders in our fish ladder that I helped manage, and we saw a surge of salmon coming into our creek, and it's a very small creek. It's one of the first creeks that come into the Delta, and it's considered a laboratory, and there is hope for us to turn things around, and I want to tell you that I hope you'll support that. Thank you.
Supervisor Burgis, thank you very much for those extensive welcoming comments. You should stick around for file item 11. We'll probably be taking your issue up right after lunch. So, and I think you may benefit from hearing from our staff and the work that they've done on that, on conveyance, storage, and operations. So thank you. With that, file item number 4 is to recess to closed executive session. For those that are following along, I anticipate that it is now 9:12. We'll probably be in closed session for 45 minutes. So, yeah, so tune back in around 10 o'clock or a little bit earlier. Hopefully we'll be back by then. So until then, we are in recess for closed executive session. Bob, thank you. And thank you to all that have come to this meeting. Thank you for your patience as we had to reorganize a little bit to accommodate the crowd and set up the AV system. We are now reconvening an open session. I have nothing to report from our closed session. I am Randy Fiorini, Chairman of the Delta Stewardship Council. Pleased to see so many of you here. We have a lengthy agenda, but I'm suspecting that many of you are here for one agenda item. How many, show of hands, how many of you are here primarily for item 11, status of the Delta Plan amendment regarding conveyance, storage systems, and the operations of both?
I think you can stop there.
So what I am, with your concurrence, I would like to move this file item to the front of our agenda. Okay? That's a first. We've never had applause at a Delta Stewardship Council meeting. This is a great group. Thank you. Okay, so I have a number of requests for public comment that I've received already. There'll probably be more, but so we're going to move to file item number 11, amendment concerning conveyance storage systems and the operations of both. What I'd like to do is to call upon our Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson, to provide some introduction, and then our Chief Counsel, Bethany Payne, will provide some comments. Then we will have a report from our staff. I think you will find this very informative and hopefully helpful as you're preparing whatever comments you have come to make. In regards to the comments, because there are so many people, and we welcome and want to hear from you, but there's no sense in plowing the same furrow over and over and over again. So if somebody has stated what you have come to discuss, just simply provide your name and tell us that you agree with the previous comments, and that'll help to move things along. But it'll be a few minutes before we get to that point. So council members, any questions, comments? Great. Jessica?
Good morning. So following 3 public workshops in the month of March and feedback received during the council, from the council during the February council meeting, staff will discuss potential changes to the discussion draft. Based on feedback received at this meeting, staff will then bring a revised draft to the council in April for discussion. The first draft is the culmination of approximately 1.5 years of discussion here at the council, public input, and staff and consultant work. And this is all related to a commitment we made in the Delta Plan to revisit the topic of conveyance, storage, and the operations of both to achieve the co-equal goals, which is a requirement of our plan in the Delta Reform Act. There, from the March public meetings, there seemed to me a few misimpressions based on some of the oral and written comments received that this amendment, has been conflated or is somehow a pre-approval of the administration's water fix conveyance project. It is not. The council was given 2 specific roles by the legislature on conveyance. We were given specific review authority as an appellate body over originally the Bay Delta Conservation Plan conveyance proposal, and now any successor project that meets the definition of a covered action. This appeal review would be project specific and based on the 14 regulations in the Delta Plan currently. We were also directed by the legislature to promote options for new and improved Delta conveyance, storage systems, the operations of both, in order to achieve the co-equal goals. This allows us to offer high-level recommendations regarding any potential conveyance or storage project in the Delta or that affects the Delta or the co-equal goals. The council, back in 2015, thoughtfully considered and then adopted guiding principles, which led staff to the draft currently in front of us, which includes, among other promoted options, a staff recommendation regarding dual conveyance as an alternative that we promote to the status quo of through Delta only conveyance. Through Delta only conveyance in the staff's review is clearly not working for the co-equal goals. Through Delta only conveyance does not advance the principles adopted by the council. Dual conveyance as a broad recommendation does not speak to how big, where, how many pipelines or intakes, how much water flows through them, etc. To say it does would be to say that our advocacy for additional storage is somehow an endorsement of a specific project such as Temperance Flat, Sites, or Shasta. It is not. Of course, that is but one section of this more comprehensive document that seeks to influence, guide, and integrate big-picture conveyance and storage and operational decisions that affect the Delta and the co-equal goals. I know that the discussion draft can be improved. I hope that comment here today is constructively designed to do so, and I look forward to taking the steps to bring a better draft back to the council. With that, I'll turn it over to Bethany for a few comments.
Thank you, Jessica, Chair Fiorini, members, and great group members of the public. I wanted to take some time to clarify what I think might be some confusion I saw in the workshops earlier this month and in comment letter, particularly when we received from Friends of the River, Aqua Alliance, and others on some CEQA matters, and just see if this general comment can help with comments we might be receiving from you all, help explain the CEQA process that we're undertaking here. It's the same CEQA process that we undertook for the adoption of the Delta Plan, the same CEQA process, members, that we did for the single-year water transfers amendment that was ultimately adopted last year, and the same CEQA process that is not only proposed for the conveyance, storage, and operations amendment that staff is recommending in this and future months, but also for the Delta Levies investment strategy amendment that's on today's agenda, and for the performance measures amendment that is also on today's agenda, with the ultimate hope being, and we'll have to see how this works out, this is what we anticipate, is that all three proposed amendments would be analyzed in the same CEQA document, the same EIR. So what staff is doing at this very early and preliminary stage is asking the council to direct it as to how to go forth and analyze these amendments, particularly in the case that you're here for, the conveyance, storage, and operation amendments under CEQA. And to do that, it's asking the council ultimately, not in this meeting, but maybe in a future meeting, to give it direction. So it's not asking for council at this point for approval of this language. What it's asking for is the direction to go and, for the first time in the EIR, start with a project description or project approval, or preferred, or not project approval, preferred alternative. So we're using this public process of meetings and workshops to develop draft promotion language that will ultimately ask the council to sign off on as the EIR project description, so that staff and our consultants can then analyze it along with a range of alternatives in the EIR. And I think this is what we mean when we're mentioning in the staff reports that you read today and last month, that staff is looking for direction on the proposed project or preferred alternative for purposes of CEQA. And I think there might be some confusion with what's required of us under CEQA as a state agency, rather than if we were a federal agency under the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA. So under NEPA does not require that any of the alternatives analyzed in what's called the Environmental Impact Statement, or the EIS. It does not require that a proposed project be designated as the proposed project. So all alternatives can be analyzed without identifying the proposed project in that EIS. But CEQA absolutely does require that the project description be preferred or approved, but only for purposes of designating it as such in the EIR. So it would get analyzed along with all the reasonable range of alternatives as required by CEQA. So after the council votes, and again, it wouldn't be in this meeting because it's only scheduled as an information item, but after the council votes to give staff direction on all three amendments, so the conveyance, the Delta levies, and the performance measures, conveyance will not be today. And after the release of the draft EIR that considers those proposed amendments as the proposed project under CEQA, there would then be a public comment period under CEQA, a public hearing, and responses to comments. And during that process, the council is still free to consider and ultimately adopt any alternative analyzed in the EIR which it determines to be feasible. So to be clear, the purpose of this discussion draft process for the CSO amendment, as well as the other two amendments, is to elicit discussion and comment from the public and from council members on what will eventually become the project description for purposes of analysis in the upcoming EIR. The council will not be asked at this time to vote to approve the project, the Delta Plan amendment language, until the conclusion of the CEQA process. Staff and the council are not predetermining the outcome of the CEQA process, and that is the whole point of the environmental analysis and the alternatives analysis, as well as the public process that's required by CEQA. And in addition to the CEQA confusion that I thought I might be reading in those comment letters and hearing at our workshops, I also thought, and this echoes a little bit of what Jessica just said, that there might be some confusion about what section of the Delta Reform Act this conveyance, storage, and operation amendment is addressing. And so it looked like in the Aqua Alliance letter members that I read that this was being perhaps confused with the BDCP provisions of the Reform Act, which no longer apply to the council because, as Jessica mentioned, WaterFix, that is not BDCP, has been chosen by those lead agencies as their project. The CSO amendment that is up for discussion today will amend the Delta Plan ultimately to continue to promote conveyance options pursuant to Water Code Section 85304. But that is different from the procedure for incorporating BDCP into the Delta Plan, what would have been DDCP into the Delta Plan, pursuant to Water Code Sections 85320. So unlike BDCP, which would have been made part of the Delta Plan and therefore would have been consistent with the Delta Plan by its very definition, Delta conveyance projects will still need to certify consistency with all of the regulatory policies of the Delta Plan and will have individually had to complete environmental review and an alternatives analysis. So my hope with this is that I clarified rather than muddied the CEQA issues that you may be asking about in the public comment section. I'm happy to address further questions you might have, but my hope is that clarified some of the confusion I was seeing in earlier public workshops. Thank you.
Bethany, thank you for that. Council members, any questions of Bethany on that matter? All right, Skip.
Since I'm a new member to the council, I believe I have the ability to ask an ignorant question, but the question is, why are we taking these three sections, D-list, the performance measures, and the conveyance and operation, why are we taking them individually and not the Delta Plan as a whole?
For these three particular
why are we taking
amendments?
these three separately, and why aren't we looking at the entire Delta Plan?
These three amendments have ripened just almost as a historical accident to, at this point, be arriving before the council at relatively the same time. So it makes sense from two perspectives. One, CEQA likes legally for us to avoid piecemealing and analyzing these separately if we can analyze them all together under one CEQA document, and two, for staff efficiency purposes, rather than having them draft three separate EIRs for these amendments, draft one comprehensive EIR so that the public participates in a process and the council participates in a process that looks at these amendments as a proposed project. That said, we've separated the discussion items on conveyance, storage, and operations, Delta levies, investment, and performance measures because they are three distinct topics and deserve public discussion and council debate individually. But the direction that council will be giving staff to go forth and embark on CEQA on those three separate sets of languages will then be analyzed under one comprehensive EIR. Because that's CEQA's preference, and it's also makes sense as an efficiency standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Okay, Jessica.
Okay, and with that, I'll turn it over to Cassandra Enos on staff and Carrie Shively from Stantec, our consultant.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Fiorini and council members. Today, as mentioned earlier, staff is here to present an update on the Delta Plan amendment for water conveyance, storage, and the operations of both. Last month, staff presented an initial discussion draft to the council, and the council provided many comments for staff to consider. Following the council meeting, staff and council members held 3 public workshops throughout the state to get feedback from stakeholders on the draft. Today, Carrie and I will recap some of the main themes we heard from both the council meeting and from the public workshops, as well as some additional public comment letters. I will briefly conclude our report with a brief overview of next steps. As I mentioned, staff received many comments at the February council meeting and organized them into themes. A summary of these themes can be found on page 2 of your staff report. I want to take a moment to highlight a couple of the themes and the proposed revisions to the document. Regarding the historical analysis theme, council recommended we better describe the substantial time and effort put forth in development of options for conveyance, storage, and operations. In response, staff and consultants have developed a table of the history of water conveyance, storage, and the operations, and are making revisions to the discussion draft introduction to reference the table. And there's a copy of the table provided in your materials. This table should be included in your materials and available to the public. We probably have run out of copies, so I will mention that it will be included in the meeting summary that will be posted online. This table is intended to illustrate this effort as a continuation of a very long process to evaluate conveyance, storage, and operations options. Staff is seeking feedback on whether this table adequately addresses the comments. Regarding the balanced tone, several council members commented that the tone of the draft wasn't balanced with respect to the co-equal goals and overemphasized water supply reliability. In response, we are adding and revising language throughout the document to present a more balanced tone. Finally, council commented that the recommended options should have a stronger connection to the issues identified in the problem statements. Staff is reorganizing the draft to place the problem statements immediately before the recommendations and to include language that ties them closer together. In addition, scientific references have been made throughout to better support the findings and conclusions. Following the council meeting, we had 3 public workshops to get feedback from stakeholders on the discussion draft. Workshops were held in Tracy, Diamond Bar, and Sacramento. And we had representatives from water agencies, state resources agencies, and NGOs attend. Carrie will present a summary of the comments received and the potential edits to the draft document in response.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini and council members. We've summarized in a handout in your packet some of the feedback that we received during our 3 public workshops. This summary will also be posted with the meeting minutes for those who weren't able to get a hard copy out here this morning. I'm not going to review all of the comments or all the comment themes, but I did want to take time to highlight a few of them and describe how we will be addressing them as we improve the discussion draft amendment moving forward. So the majority of the feedback that we received on the discussion draft during the workshops was directed towards the recommendations as opposed to the introduction and problem statements, although we did receive some comments and feedback on those as well. So those included suggestions to recognize population growth, data management and exchange, and funding or financing in the description of the problems associated with conveyance, storage, and operations. With respect to the recommendations in the discussion draft, we did receive a broad range of comments and feedback, and we also received some suggestions for new recommendations to be included in the next draft. For example, participants raised concerns that the amendment focused a little bit too narrowly on new facilities as opposed to improving existing facilities, such as the state and federal facilities in the South Delta, for example. So to this end, we are drafting a new recommendation for your consideration that relates to near-term improvements out the South Delta intake facilities to address fish losses. This is consistent with the 18 principles that were used as a guide that recognize the importance of both near-term and long-term actions to help achieve the co-equal goals. Concern was also raised that the promotion of options was premature and that additional study was needed prior to taking this step. And we'll be making changes to the introduction, the problem statements, and the recommendations themselves to clarify and provide a basis for the promotion of the options that are included in the draft. Participants noted that while the focus is often on fish and aquatic habitat, that terrestrial habitat is also important and could be impacted by new or improved infrastructure, in particular conveyance infrastructure in the Delta. So accordingly, we will be revising the recommendations and the recommended criteria that new projects should consider to address terrestrial impacts and avoidance, as well as to look for opportunities to benefit terrestrial species in the Delta. Another popular topic of discussion at the workshops, at all three of the workshops actually, was related to groundwater and groundwater storage. For example, participants suggested that the amendment should help promote groundwater recharge using local supplies, such as recycled water or storm water or other locally available water sources. So in response, we will be drafting a recommendation for your consideration that would aim to streamline the process for permitting and the regulatory processes associated with recharging groundwater using those types of supplies, in particular recycled water. So in summary, I think we received a great deal of constructive and feedback that we are actively using to help improve the draft that we put out as a discussion draft. And we also look forward to hearing additional feedback today as we move forward.
Thank you, Carrie. I also wanted to acknowledge, as we mentioned earlier, that we have received some written comments in addition to the comments that we received at the workshop. And I think they were generally along the lines of what we heard at the workshop. In addition, some of those have been discussed earlier today. Finally, I want to take a couple minutes to discuss next steps. And there is a CEQA scoping meeting tomorrow in Sacramento for all the proposed amendments to the Delta Plan, including the Delta Levy Investment Strategy, conveyance, storage, and operation, and performance measures. A copy of the notice of preparation is available online. You've received a copy as well, and there were a few limited copies available on the table. It's not necessary for the council to attend the scoping meeting, but of course you're welcome if you would like. A court reporter will be at the meeting to take a transcript of all comments that are received, and will be developing a scoping report and presenting a summary of the scoping meeting at the next council meeting. We will also be accepting comments through email and regular mail through April 17th. And next month, we anticipate coming back with a revised version of the discussion draft that incorporates many of the comments and responses that you heard today. That concludes my report. Any additional questions?
Questions of Cassandra or Carrie? All right, I think we're ready for public comment. So, typically our procedure is to call one name, and let's see, we've got a few more. With as many as there are, I'm going to ask you to self-organize and just form a line to the microphone here. Again, we welcome your comments, but don't feel like you need to plow the same furrow over and over again. If your comment is pretty succinct, or you agree with somebody that's come prior, just simply tell us that you agree and let the next person to the microphone. There will be a 3-minute limit placed on each of the public comments. I would ask that when you come to the microphone, you identify who you are and your affiliation, such as a resident of or an employee of. So with that, this kind of reminds me of a grand opening of a major retail shopping center. So, the gentleman at the podium, please proceed and set a good example, please.
I never set a good example. Never. That's for my children to do. My name's Bill Reese Knight. I'm from Stockton. I've lived in the San Joaquin Valley going back into the early 60s. I've seen the rise and fall of the peripheral canal and a whole lot of other things to try to get water to where other people want it. What I've seen through the years has been an awful lot of movement towards good quality conservation and resource management, but I've also seen an awful lot of waste. I've also seen an awful lot of political, it's mine, I'm going to take it. What we're doing when we move water across the Delta is we take a habitat that developed over many, many thousands of years before the first humans wandered in here. There was a period up until the beginning of the 20th century where a person could take a steamboat from Sacramento or Stockton all the way down to Tulare for most of the year. Those years are long gone because we've long exceeded the amount of water pulled out of our area. Do we have gain control? Yeah, don't come to my fence. Thank you. When we take the water from the north and bypass in any form or fashion the natural flows of the delta, the water stagnates in various corners. Right now we have a huge water hyacinth problem, but if you watch the water hyacinths move through the delta, you begin to see how slow winds and everything else move it into this corner and that. We have crawdads in just about every corner. We have delta smelt in just about every corner. But if we don't maintain a good quality flow, those creatures will not be able to sustain life, and it will rot and it will stagnate. When we look at conveying water through, we need to do it with that natural flow in mind. Just completely bypassing it destroys that natural flow. Needless to say, I'm not really happy about the idea of two 34-foot tunnels pumping water from the American River, Sacramento River area all the way across to the Tracy Forebay region. It doesn't make any sense. And if we want to have sustainable water within the delta, which actually filters and cleans the water so that people can drink it, we got to consider a better option than just completely bypassing the flow. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Bill. And you were perfect, right on 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sean Murphy, Saratoga, California. Just a quick question, because we only have the 3 minutes. What is the benefit to the individual Californian for the tunnels versus using the allocated funds for infrastructure, existing improvements, and maintenance? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. First, I'd like to ask the audience, how many of you think that there should be an amendment right now regarding conveyance into the Delta plan? If you think there should be an amendment to include it, how many of you think there shouldn't be an amendment presently? Winston Churchill said Americans, continue to do the right thing after they exhaust all the other possibilities. And I kind of feel that that's where we are today with the amendments with the Delta plan. In two areas in particular. First, scoping for public workshops. You had 3 people attend the workshop in Tracy on March 3rd. 2 of them were friends of the Restore the Delta campaign. That's because adequate public notice was not given. In addition, you are not holding meetings at the right time of day. You are not putting meeting information out through newspapers. You aren't even giving information to on-the-ground active community groups so that they can track what is really going on. Our friends in Southern California, we collaborate with, say that at the meeting they attended in Southern California, it was all agency people. Nobody from the public was notified there how they feel about paying for the project. That leads me to the second issue. Our experience with the council, including the litigation we've been involved with, is that there is a constant misinterpretation of the Delta Reform Act. And today what I want to talk with you about isn't why you shouldn't do this for the Delta. But if you're so concerned with water supply reliability, which I see this council favor over and over again, then how could you move forward with this amendment when there is no financial plan on the table on who's going to pay for this project in California. There is no cost-benefit analysis. And people think everyone in Southern California has money, but you forget there is a sizable environmental justice community down there that cannot afford to pay for these tunnels. So I think I'll leave it for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good morning. My name is Roger DeFate, and I've lived in Discovery Bay for over 20 years. And I want to thank the Stewardship Council for protecting the most valuable resource we have in California, because that heritage that you hold in your hand is so delicate and so important to the economy and the people of the state of California. So I want to thank you for doing that job. But I am here today to give you an alternative that everybody in this room is going to fall in love with. I'm going to give you an opportunity to hear how you can take water storage and give you 10 times, 100 times the amount of water storage you need to increase the economy of the state of California without building a single tunnel. You don't need it. What we need is engineering to give us a better alternative, and I have that alternative for you today. How many people would like to cut their PG&E bill in half? Yeah. Raise your hand. How many people would like to give all the water Southern California needs every day of the week, 365 days a year, without affecting the Delta? How many people would like to do that? How many people would like to increase the farm productivity 100-fold and give them all the water they need for the next 100 years? How many people would like to have that? Here's the answer. And this is an answer that has been proven over and over again. I'm not talking about technology we have to develop. I'm talking about technology that has been in existence for over 20 years. The Sacramento River is a huge water source for this state. The St. Lawrence Seaway is the largest river estuary in the United States. It has ocean-going traffic up and down it. I was privileged to do the computer automation on the dam system across the St. Lawrence Seaway. What they did is they built a dam across the St. Lawrence Seaway. They put 32 hydroelectric generators in it. They control the entire water flow through the St. Lawrence River. They had locks on the end for the ocean-going vessels to go through the locks
Roger,
and through the dams.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but your time is up. Can you submit something in writing to our staff that describes the kind of approach that you're talking about?
Sure.
That would be appreciated.
You could get on the internet and you can go to the Power Authority, State of New York, and ask for the Messina project, and you'll find everything you need to know.
Thank you very much.
But if you give me your business card, I'll make sure you get it.
We will see the lady at the table right there. Thank you,
Thank
Roger. Next up.
Chair Farina, members of the Stewardship Council, my name is Roger Mammon. I am board member and secretary of Restore the Delta. I'm the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association. I'm past president and still a board member of the Lower Sherman Island Duck Hunters Association. The Delta, I've lived in the Delta for 35 years, is very important to me. And I was listening to the introductions, and with no disrespect, it essentially said that the people that are concerned about the Delta are confused. I don't think the people in this room are confused at all that depriving our Delta of its freshwater flows and needs is confusing at all. We live here. We see it all the day. I've watched the Delta die for 35 years because of the lack of flows. Our system is overdrafted. We don't need any more conveyance out of the Delta. Scientists have proven, studied, and modeled that the Delta flows need to be increased just to maintain its health and its ecosystem. The National Marine Fisheries just came out indicating what would happen to the salmon with the dual conveyance. They'd be wiped out. But more importantly, it also says that the water in the West Delta would become contaminated, unfit, and that's where we get our drinking water. We don't need any more water taken out of the Delta. I mean, co-equal goals, fine, but don't deprive the Delta residents of their fresh water. We don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Roy Vineyard, and I've lived in Discovery Bay and boated in the Delta for over 30 years. Let me be clear. I do not want you to build the tunnels. Do not make dual conveyance the Delta tunnels a promoted option or preferred alternative. Follow the Delta Reform Act of 2009. I'm feeling defeated and manipulated by the Delta Stewardship Council, 4 of which are appointed by Governor Brown. Money talks. History tells us that. Water wars have been here for many years. Cattle ranchers versus farmers. The railroad comes through with the federal government stamp of approval, and nothing could stop it. The wealthy take what they want to gain more profit. I'm not going to mention what was done to my Indian ancestors, but we all know how they were treated. There's a movie, Man from Snowy River, pitting lowland ranchers with mountain ranchers. Harrison, played by Kirk Douglas, has a big ranch and wants to get even bigger if he can just get the grazing rights and move his cattle through the mountain ranges. Jim Craig, a mountain rancher, is asked how to tame the Snowy River County. Well, sir, I think you might sooner haul back the tide than tame the mountains. Harrison's replied, the mongrel quality of the mountain people. A rich and powerful man's disregard for the common person's interests. It didn't work in the movie, and I hope and pray it won't work here. California Water Fix sent me this letter. It felt like a slap in the face. Delta supply is increasingly important to San Diego's North County. We all know 25 million Californians depend on Delta water. But did you know that depending on the weather, some communities end up relying more heavily on Delta supplies? Right now, 100% of water being imported to San Diego's North County is from the Delta. And that's a good thing for our local businesses. Their other major source, the Colorado River, is much higher in salinity, causing water districts to blend higher quality Delta supplies with other sources to improve their quality. Farmers use as much as 50% more water if it comes from the Colorado River to lower the salt levels. And a local San Diego brewery, Stone Beer, has to spend more money to purify Colorado River supplies when compared to Delta supplies. Beer? Really? What about the local farmers here in the Delta that will have to deal with more salinity when the tunnels are shipping the fresh water south before flushing the salt through the Delta? Manipulating the words in your proposal has not changed the meaning. Let me be clear. Do not build those tunnels. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
I have a
Name?
handout for you. If you, it should be in your packet. If you don't have it, I've got a copy here for you.
Your name?
My name is Joseph Rizzi. I'm with Natural Desalination. I've been working on the Delta and the water system here in California for the last 10 years. This is all about, if you look at this diagram that I gave you, it's all about looking at Clifton Court Forebay. People keep telling me that the Clifton Court Forebay can't have fish screens. Well, the real thing is they haven't thought of new things. They're not looking at the situation. There is 1.5 miles of a levee between the Clifton Court Forebay and the West Channel. Replace that levee with a fish screen. 1.5 miles of fish screen will stop you from killing all the fish. Fish go into the Clifton Court Forebay and it's a death trap to them. Your goals are supposed to be co-equal goals. That's great. Don't kill any fish. Use my plan here. It's a very simple one. Just replace the levee with a fish screen. Now all of a sudden you're not killing any endangered fish or any other fish. No Delta aquatic life should need to die for us to extract water from the Delta. If you don't kill anything, you can actually get over 8 million acre-feet out of the Delta without killing anything. If you look at the statistics that I have in that there, I've got the holes 1/3 the size of what is required by the Fish and Wildlife. That means it's smaller. Not only is it smaller, the river flows into the Clifton Court Forebay at half the speed of what the Fish and Wildlife game want you to have it at. The Clifton Court Forebay is a great resource to be able to deal with your flows. You can have the flows go at night when the fish are asleep, or you can even have the water flow into the Clifton Court Forebay based upon whether it's high tides and low tides. You can be in control. You just have to have and understand that you have the silver bullet in your hand right now. If you look at it, if you want to deal with salinity, call me back. I'll talk to you about salinity. I don't have enough time to deal with that part of it. But all of your problems can be fixed if you just listen to the people here who actually have answers. I'm an inventor. I want to fix California's problems, not create problems. We have the water. In a drought year, 12 million acre-feet go by Benicia or get exported. In a wet year, 48 million acre-feet go by Benicia or get exported. 48 million acre-feet. We had to save 25%, which only equated to 1.5 million acre-feet. That's a lot of water we're wasting. Thank you.
Joseph, thank you very much. And without making a qualitative judgment on what you just presented, I want to thank you because we recognize that the through Delta conveyance is going to be with us for a long time. And so any suggestions that our staff can receive on things like this to be considered are very much appreciated. And if you have more comments on the salinity issue, please submit those in writing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. I would like to start out.
Your name?
Oh, Brian Cleaver from Discovery Bay.
Thank you.
I'd like to recite the statement that you call co-equal goals. The Delta Stewardship Council was created in legislation to achieve the state-mandated co-equal goals Delta co-equal goals means the two goals providing more reliable water for supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. The co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, and natural resource and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. Now, that being said, your latest underground connectivity is, I guess, code for tunnels. This proposal does not represent co-equal. Destroying the South Delta with a projected 11 years of disruption, block canals, rivers, and installing gates, the end result is the South Delta will turn into a dead sea of salt, ruining the lives of Delta residents, fisheries, farmers, and all forms of wildlife. The Chronicle reported 2 days ago a federal agency stated that the tunnels would basically devastate the salmon population and other fish species, an estimated $1.4 billion industry. Please rethink your position that escalates tunnels as a priority, ignoring the fact that it does not produce one drop more of water. We need to prioritize the values that of outdated water rights, i.e. selling water to private enterprise that resells it for a profit. Too much emphasis is on overpromised water, 5 times more than can be supplied. Emphasis must be on water conservation, restoring groundwater. We must rethink planting crops that require inordinate amount of waters, plant crops that are more efficient use of water that can be fallowed in drought times. This should be the goal of everyone in California, to provide a co-equal, sensible solution. Thank you.
Brian, thank you. Any of you that are in line, if you haven't filled out a blue request to address the council, please do so we can be sure we get the spelling of your name correctly. Yes. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Susan Vineyard, no E. And I have been boating on the Delta for over 50 years, as a child with my family, with my own children, and now I'm sharing the beauty and fun of the Delta waters with my grandchildren. I do appreciate the clarification at the beginning of the meeting that dual conveyance does not meet the co-equal goals, and I had the same thing as a gentleman prior to me about co-equal goals. And I do believe that we kind of need to look at what we have now, taking care of our levees, our water storage, our dam situation, and making sure that we're using everything we can, doing everything we can with what we have before we start building new. Because building 2 tunnels and putting up gates does not enhance the recreational or agricultural values of the Delta. In fact, they disrupt this beautiful place that many plants, animals, and people call home. Tunnels and gates do not enhance the uniqueness of our Delta. My son-in-law grows the famous Brentwood sweet corn. Increased salinity will affect his crops, the future of his farm, and the future of his family and my grandchildren. Brentwood has an extensive harvest time with over 40 farms open to people who come from all over to pick and purchase fresh fruits and vegetables. Costa County also has vineyards and wineries. Increased salinity in the Delta caused by the tunnels will not enhance the unique agricultural and cultural characteristics of the Delta. In fact, they will do great harm to our farmers, their farms, and their families. The peripheral canal was on the ballot the very first time I was old enough to vote, and at that time, California voted no. Years later, a similar plan came before voters, and again, California said no. This time, the governor has managed to appoint a majority to a council that will promote a plan started by his father way back in the 70s. New words, same plan, send more water south. We are California, and again, we are saying no. I urge you to reread your plan and to remember you are guided by your legislation to protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of California. Remember, you are mandated by legislation to promote options, not just the governor's conveyance plan. Remember that you are created to achieve state-mandated co-equal goals for the Delta. That includes all of us in Northern California who are here today and our friends and neighbors who are unable to attend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Roger Kelly. I'm a lifelong Stockton resident. I've been boating all my life. I belong to the Northern California Sea Ray Boat Club. And as several other people, when you go onto your website, co-equal goals, and I don't see them. I mean, how will this happen when salinity is going to be increased in this area? Just like they're saying, it's going to affect our livelihood, and you're just robbing the north to help the south, and that's not helping either one of us. I recreate, I have friends who farm fish in the area, and we're all opposed to this. Very clear, we're opposed to the twin tunnels. In the event of the Orville Dam situation, we really need to look at the maintenance of our levees, dams, infrastructure before we go spending this money. We still don't know the cost effectiveness of the tunnels. It's still very unclear to me who will pay for the construction, the operation, and the maintenance. And the real cost, the state just can't afford this project. Being that I've lived in Stockton all my life, it hasn't been until the last few years that I see seals and sea lions underneath the port of Stockton. I live near I-5 on the Calaveras River. I see them all the way in my backyard. They're just destroying the fish population. It's not their fault. Because of the water flow is being decreased, there's no salmon, the whole fish population is in jeopardy. They're just looking for food. But what I want you to do is please consider alternative options. We need to create more water storage. The tunnels don't make additional water. California just can't afford this. We're all doing a good job of water conservation, and for our goals, it looks like we're going to get huge water increases from most of our water agencies because they can't afford to subside when we're saving 20%. So it's going to be insult to injury. Our water rates are going to go up before the tunnels, and God forbid if they ever built them, we all know that we're going to be on the hook paying for it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Dennis Park, and my comments are quick, and they're really directed to the audience. Restore the Delta sent out an email to all of us encouraging us to watch the National Geographic documentary called California Power, a Water Heist, and I encourage everybody that hasn't watched that to go on National Geographic's website, and you can find out when it's showing again. You can even download it if you download their app. And again, it'll really open your eyes to what goes on in a lot of these meetings and how California's water situation has gotten into the state it's in. It's not specific to the tunnel project, but it's very informative to the process and how broken the process is. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Frank Morgan with Captain Morgan's Delta Adventures operating out of Discovery Bay. I have a slightly different take on all of this as a business owner that actually operates a business out on the Delta 365 days a year. You know, if I stumbled into the meeting and heard the opening comments about twin conveyance options and all the other nice words, I'd probably vote for it too. It sounds like hugging babies and feeding the homeless. But what we're talking about here is boring two giant tunnels underneath the Delta, taking most of the water from the northern clean part of the Delta where all the fresh water runs down from the Sierra snowpacks and so forth, and then pumping it underneath and bypassing everybody that lives and works on the Delta, and then sending it down south for others to feed, you know, water almond trees or other things like that. Just picture if this was your own backyard and I wanted to build a power plant in your backyard, and I told you that it's going to be 3 stories high, it's going to run all night long, it's loud, but they need lighting down in Southern California, and so we need to put this in your backyard. You would be opposed to that without question. Well, we're counting on you to oppose these twin tunnels, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about a conveyance option. We're talking 2 twin tunnels. Now, how that affects me as a business operator directly is when you look at the plan or the proposed plan, you talk about putting in barges and docks and many of the sloughs like Victoria's Slough down by Discovery Bay. That's a route, a 2-hour route that we do cruises, and we did over 165 cruises last year that make that 2-hour loop so that people don't have to go out the delta and then just come straight back down. We make a big loop out for 2 hours going down Victoria Slough by Ski Beach up to Bullfrog Railroad Bridge, down Railroad Sloughs, and then back to Discovery Bay. The proposed project shows docks, barges, boats, sludge, all of that being stacked up all around there, which would definitely impede what I do. Now, I'm concerned about the Delta as a whole, but specifically, I want you to be aware there are many more things that Delta is used for than just getting out on a Sunday afternoon with your water ski or your wakeboard. There are people that do business. Realtors will be negatively impacted. You have boat dealers negatively impacted, boat yards that barely make it through the winter every winter to go to the summer and try and make a living for them and their families. And by any of these things that are put in place to block or impede the natural traffic or flow of the Delta is definitely a negative on our local area. So in my closing comments, I'd say, and I keep asking myself this, what in this project benefits anybody up here on the Delta? I don't get it. I get all the benefits for down south, but I don't see anything here. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay.
So I'm Jan McCleary. I'm a Discovery Bay resident and the president of Save the California Delta Alliance. I sent in comments in 2013 and 2015 on the BDCP plan, and concerning that the plan would harm boating and recreation, which in turn, as Frank alluded to, that harms our community and other communities that rely on boating and recreation for their economy, for our property values, for our way of life. And then later, saltwater intrusion, as we know, as we've heard, will further degrade life on the Delta, fertile farmlands, landscapes and golf courses, as well as the fish. So the final EIR, now California Water Fix, without the Habitat Conservation Plan part, was rushed through with a 30-day review, and the answers to the prior comments were provided, but the answers they provided said they don't have to protect the Delta as a place, and they don't have to protect, any of the components of it. So I guess that has to be the DSC's job. And so please do, protect us. That's only possible if you start with the Delta flow requirements, reduce Delta flows, reduce reliance on the Delta, and reduce exports, which is what the legislature requested that you started with back when this was kicked off in 2009. And then about the outreach, I agree with Barbara. There haven't been enough outreach projects. The BDCP, when they conducted their outreach, they didn't take back anything that we said. We talked to them about, like Frank said, the boating requirements, recreation, what the routes are, and instead the construction plan totally wipes everything out. Of course, there are worse alternatives. In the California Water Fix, the Alternative 9 proposes putting gates and dams all through the Delta and making it kind of like a physical pipeline. But we are in a pipeline. It's really, the Delta is a place. So any conveyance should truly go around the Delta. This under the Delta, the construction project rips up the Delta. So that's not really going around the Delta. But if you started with the Delta flow requirements and reduce the exports, any conveyance may not even be needed. So I strongly request that you go back, look at what water needs to flow through the Delta to keep it healthy, and then look at what can be exported after that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So I'm Mike McCleary. I'm related to my predecessor here. Most of my comments have already been made, so I'll be real quick. The Delta Stewardship Council, I recognize you are political appointees, but I want you to take the word stewardship very carefully to mind. We want you to be our stewards to help protect our Delta. and for me in particular, the South Delta. The South Delta has been devastated the last 4 years due to the drought. The invasive weeds have blocked our bays, eliminated boating access. We have had cyanobacteria, blue-green algae, which is toxic. We haven't been able to swim. And so we've lost, we know what happens when we have reduced water flows in the South Delta. So my concern, the San Joaquin River is heavily polluted. That's not a very good solution for us. Frankly, the reverse flows that we get through the Delta from the Sacramento River help keep the South Delta clean. We need that for farming. We have the most fertile soil here in the north. It takes half the amount of water to irrigate per acre as it does down south. So and are the comments we've made to the EIR, a lot of the responses have been, that's outside the scope of our jurisdiction. I'm asking you guys to expand your jurisdiction, to look at the state of California establishing limits on permanent crops. With the state producing 98% of the world's supply of almonds and pistachios, has consumed way too much water. We see the subsistence in the south of us. So I'm asking you to expand your look at this to include limits on how much agriculture the state can produce. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cecily Tippery. I'm a realtor, local realtor, and I am a resident of Discovery Bay. How many realtors are in the room today? We have approximately 800 realtors in our association and another 3,000 over in Contra, Costa, and approximately, I would guess, around 30,000 realtors that surround the Delta waterways from Sacramento to Walnut Creek. You are affecting possibly our income, but more importantly, you're affecting values throughout the North Delta and South Delta area. How many are homeowners in Discovery Bay? How many homeowners do we have in Discovery Bay? Yeah. This is a huge amount. Values affect property taxes. Values affect, again, our income. Values will affect what we can do in the future with our families. The realtors, and by the way, I am on the National Association of Realtors Land Use and Environmental Committee this year, but values do also affect our world. But in going back to the National Association of Realtors, we subscribe to what we call the Code of Ethics. And the Code of Ethics says that we look for the highest and best use of the land, and that we support realtors and homeowners to use their property in the best way possible. We are the only advocates legislatively for the realtor or for the homeowners in this nation. So we're standing here advocating for homeownership and keeping our values in check and in line with our economic and healthy stability. We've also heard that there's a lot of dust out here already in the agricultural world that we live in. And you add the dust of the construction and the muck ponds, what's going to happen to our health? We have senior communities, we have emphysema issues, we have who knows what Alzheimer's linked to now. That's totally supposition, I understand. But there are health issues and because of this long-term project that you have to take into account. So I urge you as a council to do what is right for homeownership and what is right for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm Bob Wright. I'm the lawyer for Friends of the River. I'm also a member of the board for Restore the Delta. I'd like to start with picking up on what Roger Mammon said to you earlier when he talked about confusion. There's a difference between people being confused and someone trying to confuse them. And what we've And what's happened so far has been an unsuccessful effort to confuse the people that what's going on here is not really important. Well, it's very important, and that's why somebody caused the call for the water fixed tunnels dual conveyance to be in your draft revised plan amendment, and also to be in the notice of preparation as the preferred alternative that you filed last week on March 16th. Now, if it's not important, as your staff says, and it's not the final decision, do what we're all asking you to do and take it out of your draft plan and take it out of your notice of preparation. You know, it goes back to what we used to say a long time ago in the U.S. Army. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. The Delta Reform Act requires comprehensive review and analysis of three basic conveyance alternatives. Through Delta, which is what we have now, dual conveyance, which under the plan out there by the Department of Water Resources is the water tunnels, or isolated conveyance. Give the people hope that this isn't a kangaroo court. You're really going to do the job to develop a comprehensive long-term management plan for the Delta, and you're not just another sales job pushing the water tunnels. So give the people the hope, take it out of your revised plan, take it out of your notice of preparation. You all got the benefit cost analysis. What the staff said at the workshop, the project wasn't specific enough to do benefit cost analysis comparing these alternatives. Well, the proof is in the pudding. You got the benefit cost analysis done in August by the University of Pacific, showing that the costs of the water fixed tunnels would exceed the benefits by a fact of 4 to 1. And the conclusion is the project makes no economic sense whatsoever. Now, what's scary, what's scary when you jump out and try to make this the preferred alternative right at the get-go, when you make something preferred alternative that looks like it's infeasible under state law because the Delta Reform Act prohibits the subsidized new conveyance facility, that really looks like suspicious. The decision's already been made. I'd like to say a couple final things. Your staff talks about Section 85304 of the Water Code. That doesn't require options for new conveyance. The language is new and improved infrastructure relating to the water conveyance. That could include things like finally modernizing the fish screens at the South Delta pumps, which are always used as a call for the water tunnels. And also there's been a break at Brentwood. Apparently just today there's a news flash on this. And so Clifton Court infrastructure needs to be fixed. That's what the statute actually calls for. So there's no reason. You know, parents and students.
Bob,
really,
you're out of time.
Okay.
So wrap it up.
Let's do the book report after you've read the book, not before you've read the book.
Yeah, thanks.
Good morning. My name is David Baca. That's a tough one to follow. He hit a lot of the points that I agree with.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
David Baca.
David, thank you.
First and foremost, this discussion draft, I want to say thank you. And I do hope you are looking out for the people and the Delta. I get tired of all the bait and switch and all the minutia and all the considering of changing what's already been beat in court in 2016, putting a new name on it, putting it back out in front, and just, as I say, you know, putting some new lipstick on that pig and giving it to us again. I just don't think that's right. Storage, yes. What's wrong with dams? Southern California has 5 dams under construction. We have 0. Why can't we have dams? 2016, the old EIR was not cost effective, but now we have a new one out, and this gentleman before me just said it's not cost effective. You were beat in 2016 in court in Sacramento. We beat you in the gate system, and you're doing it again. I just don't get it. It's kind of like health care. Why don't you just approve it to read it to see what's in it? and that's not good for the people. And already you guys are drawing more water right now out of Tracy than was supposed to be done 5 years ago, and we are seeing the result of it, as I said, with the blue algae in Discovery Bay right now. You are overdrawing by 20+% annually. You don't need to take any more water from the Delta. And yes, the drought really brought this to the forefront. With that in mind, I'd say to you, personally and for most of these people, we will fight it in court. We hope you are looking out for our interest, because we look to you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. My name is Ed O'Brien. I'm a Discovery Bay resident and retired irrigation district engineer. This is a little, what I want you guys to do is to go back to staff and get a little bit of out-of-the-box thinking. Right now, we have capacity in a reservoir of 650,000 acre feet. Now, I'll give you an idea what 650,000 acre feet is. It's larger than Friant or Millerton Lake in Fresno, which is 520,000. It's larger than New Hogan Reservoir, which is 317,000, and larger than Comanche, which is 417,000. We've got a lot of empty space in a reservoir right now. And 11 miles away from that nearly empty reservoir, which is New Maloney's, is the Tuolumne River. 11 miles of tunnel or canal would fill New Maloney's. Check the numbers. Go to the CDEX site. You can get more capacity, more storage, no more dams to build, and a lot shorter tunnel, a lot less money spent, and a cleaner delta. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Pease. I'm a resident of Discovery Bay. I'm also on the Town of Discovery Bay Board of Directors, and I also own a marina. So with those three hats, I happen to agree with the majority of all the other things that have been commented on. But your task today is staff is asking you to be giving them direction for a preferred alternative, the dual conveyance. I think it's premature to do that. There's no funding allocated for it at this particular time. I also feel that you need to include other alternatives, storage being number one, so that when you do your EIR, those other alternatives aren't eliminated. If you eliminate those now, you won't be able to discuss them later. Farming, recreational boating, and fishing is going to be completely devastated with this dual conveyance option due to the salinity and the water quality. And I think it's a little, well, I've scratched my head as to why reservoirs are not being, storage capacities are not being pursued as effectively and as strongly as this dual conveyance is. So I ask that you hold back your staff, giving staff recommendation to make the dual conveyance your preferred alternative at this time. Thank you.
I agree with all the well-spoken comments, but I have one
sorry,
I'd like to...
your
my name is Cameron Cross.
Yeah, Cross, thanks.
I have lived in California for 52 years. My daughter was born and raised in California. She attends college in California. California is our home, as it is to everyone else here, I'm sure. It is crystal clear that the tunnels will impact Northern California negatively, short and long term, forever. There will be no way to undo the damage that the tunnels will bring to Northern California. This is a state problem, not north against south. It's a twofold problem. Southern California needs water. We're trying to protect the Delta here in Northern California. Let's be honest. The tunnels are the absolutely cheapest solution to the problem. The other options are available, and I'd like to see them brought to light. For example, and this is just one, other ones have been said today, desalination is very viable, but guess what? It's expensive. We have sophisticated technology, and desalination is being used all around the world.
Carlsbad, California desalination plant is in operation as we speak. Desalination really is the future. Let's finish building the plants that were started last drought here in California, but never completed because the drought ended. Desalination is a great effective long-term solution for Southern California water demands and also to protect the delta areas around here. Building tunnels is a horrible, devastating option. I ask you, please stop the tunnels. Protect our delta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting us speak. My name is Ruben Becker. I'm a 54-year-old born and raised in Northern California resident, currently living in San Francisco, and also have a home in Bethel Island that I've been using for the last 10 years. I agree with everything that's been said here, so I'm going to just kind of change what I was going to share and maybe give you a little bit more anecdotal information, just from my experiences and visibility of what I've seen with the ecology just collapsing around us, which is only going to be worsened with the tunnels. But to start, this legacy of Edmund Brown's plan for, going around the delta, shipping the water south, and then followed by Jerry and his peripheral canals, and now his twin tunnels plan. I mean, it's just the same thing. You keep beating the same dead horse. Then we start with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and we drop the conservation part and the co-equal goals, and we go to this water fix plan. Now, what have I been seeing? Granted, there's been a drought the last few years, but also you're not even following the guidelines that the scientists are specifying as far as how much water should be pumped. That 60% outflows need to be made, and then it's forced down to 40%. What I'm seeing, I live on Piper's Slough, north side of Bethel Island. We've got Frank's Track there. The warmer waters coming down, the invasive species and plants are just going crazy. All of our cuts and even main passageways are completely blocked. The solution the state has had is to come through and spray all sorts of things all over the water, and I can tell you, when I'm in the water now trying to clean stuff up, I get rashes all the way up and down my arms from that stuff, or whatever else is in that water, but I didn't used to get it before all the spraying was going on. I used to be able to drop a hook off my dock and catch crappie right and left. That's what our little kids would come and their friends would come to do for fun. The fish are all gone. Our neighbors, they would have all-night parties catching catfish. The catfish were just teeming. You could just pull them out right and left, completely gone. The crawdads are completely gone. You're going to pump all this fresh water and reroute it from the north, which is just going to increase our salinity levels and make it even worse. So I really can't understand. I mean, basically, you're just pushing this down our throats and continually rewrapping it and trying to make some sounds. And I understand you're all a bunch of you, the majority are appointed by Governor Brown, and this is what he wants. But to skip ahead, you got my general point, is also that now, even just in terms of community outreach, there's another meeting called on Friday now that I understand that you're having. And there's no outreach. People can't get there. I mean, people are working. This crowd would be 10 times bigger if people didn't actually have to work and make a living in addition to fighting this.
Thank you.
My name is Rand Stevens, and I'm a homeowner in the south end of the Delta, about 5 miles south of Discovery Bay on Old River. And I think that everybody here would agree, anybody with any sense would agree, that California needs more water. That's clear. But the thing about this plan is it doesn't create 1 gallon of new water. There is no water in this plan at all. What we're doing is we're taking the water from Peter and we're sending it to Paul. And we've been doing this for decades. And yes, it's not working. My place, the water gets smellier. There's more weeds. There's so many weeds, they trap wood underneath the water. I have to have my prop fixed every year. I mean, it's already a disaster. And there's nothing about us having too much water that's causing this problem. The problem is we don't have enough clean, fresh water going through the Delta. And as has been said, they're over pumping now. This thing is going to be the biggest folly in the world. If somehow it gets built, the last time I heard, it was going to cost about $68 billion to do. I know they started out saying it'd be 11 or 12 billion, but those numbers are out the window now. With $68 billion, you could build dozens of dams. That would create new water for the state of California. What you're asking us to do is make a sacrificial lamb out of the Delta, to ruin the Delta, to put a stake in the heart of the Delta. And it's already on life support. You just can't do this because this Delta is too important for the state of California, and it's too important for the people that are here, the residents here. We need the Delta. We've invested in the Delta. A lot of people make their living from the Delta, but we live here on the Delta. And we want to keep the Delta, and the only way we're going to keep the Delta is to add more water, not take away water. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jory Johansson. I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. 57 years old. I've fished the Delta for the last 25 years at least, and I've noticed the fishing has gone very bad over time. So I've noticed a lot of people have mentioned the salt water going to be intruding back from the ocean into our Delta if we build these tunnels. Has anybody considered how much sewage is going to come back this way also? Because the salt water's from the ocean. 80% of San Francisco sewage goes into the bay, 20% goes in the ocean. So if you're getting salt water from the ocean up into the Delta, how much sewage are we bringing back here from all the San Francisco Bay? What's going to happen to our bay? What's going to happen to our Delta if we go forward with these tunnels? It's just going to totally ruin the bay and the Delta. And people haven't really made much. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say today.
Thanks.
I'm too angry to talk.
Yeah, hello, my name is Andrew McHugh. I'm a California native from Walnut Creek, father of 3, small early education business owner. I'm speaking to you today to call for you to take action to stop the ill-advised water grab, ironically named California Water Fix, or under its previous name, Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Let's be clear, the Delta and the Sacramento River are the heart and bloodlines of California. This water, deltas, bays, and tributaries are the reasons we live in Northern California, but they are also treasures of our entire state and our Western Hemisphere. I'm calling on you to stand up for all the citizens of our beautiful state and to show true leadership where it's needed. Your agency is in place to protect our Delta resources for all Californians now and for future generations. This project is gaining momentum in the wrong direction and without scrutiny of public opinion. The systematic way it's being rolled out and how the public's comments are being put into a black hole show that the entire state's interests are not being served. The science behind the 2 40-foot tunnels is biased and incomplete. You only went back 83 years to establish the base range of your water flow estimates. In addition, your projections do not include extended drought, or do they actually accurately reflect climate change's effects on our snowpack and rising oceans? How does our current water flow today compare to the projections you have inaccurately paraded out to the public? Where is your cost-benefit analysis? Why do you hide the public workshops? This conveyance tunnels project does not create a single drop of new water. It does not create new storage capabilities. It does not monitor underground aquifers. It does not address water consumption in any way. In addition, it does not retrofit or alter the southern gates in any way. I will throw in its price tag, its reckless waste, and its deceptiveness as reasons enough to question its validity. If you have to hide the facts on Water Conveyance Project with false promises of environmental benefits, you are intentionally misleading the public. If this cannot pass the sniff test, then it is not worthy of being a solution to California water problems. Guys, see I'm running out of time. I just want to throw in that Stewardship is a noun. It's a position in relating to a steward, a person who acts in the surrogate of others, especially by management of property, financial estate. The responsible overseeing and protection is something considered worth caring for and preserving. You are the Stewardship Council of the Delta, and we expect your action to reflect your positions of responsibility. As stewards of the largest freshwater estuary of the entire Western Hemisphere, you indeed have much responsibility to protect our Delta and our bay. I'm a California native with 3 young daughters. I don't want to have the extinction of salmon to happen on my watch and the decline of property values and tax income for the entire bay and Delta. Please use your positions of immense responsibility and do not amend the draft Delta plan in any way that will create a conveyance or tunnels or in any way create more dependence upon the Delta, the Sacramento River, and all of its tributaries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members, staff, and member of audience. My name is Sam Safi. I'm an engineer with Regional SAN, which is a wastewater treatment plant in Sacramento, and we discharge treated effluent safely to the river. Just to remind everyone, we don't take water out of Delta, we provide Delta with water. Our treatment, our effluent is going to get a whole lot more cleaner because we have a project on the way, a $2 billion upgrade to basically refine our effluent even further. And I want to thank Dr. Cliff Daum for doing a scientific study on before and after effect of the upgrade. And I want to thank the council, the staff for taking my comments during the workshop, which was regarding the recharge of groundwater. And so I want to add some more specific to that we have worked hard enough to through the regulation to remove the word waste from this recycled or treated effluent. It's actually a valuable resources, and it can help all of us with as a solution for our water problems. For example, we have a South County Ag project which will deliver our recycled water, and instead they will stop taking groundwater, and it will help the Consumnes River area. So the technical word is in lieu recharge. It's a solution of taking recycled water, and it's an engineering solution which we are all looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Jim Sathoff, 30 years, and a resident of Bethel Island. When you guys go back to Sacramento, you tell the governor that the people in this room know the difference between fresh water and salt water. And you also tell them for every gallon of fresh water we divert south, a gallon of salt water comes up the Delta. Can you do that? Raise your hand.
Thank you.
No one's going to tell the governor? I don't think he knows the difference.
Well, thank you very much for your comments.
I thought so.
Next.
Hi, my name is Lauren Korth. I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Jim Frazier, and I have the pleasure of reading a letter from him today. So, dear Council, As the representative of the California State Assembly Delta District and co-chair of the California Legislative Delta Caucus, I write today to voice my opposition to the proposed water conveyance, storage, and operation amendments to the Delta Plan deliberated by the Delta Stewardship Council. I proudly represent the 11th Assembly District and the almost 500,000 residents that call this place home. The key feature that unites people around the district is our shared cultural, social, and economic attachment to the heart of the Delta, a unique environmental and geographic place in California that demands protection. Any proposed change of Delta flows must preserve our ecosystem and water quality, which indisputably benefits habitat for our fish, birds, and other wildlife, as well as sustains local agriculture, commercial, boating and recreational industries, and my constituents' way of life. The state legislator and Governor Schwarzenegger explicitly recognized the need for protecting the Delta in 2009 when they passed the Delta Reform Act, which established co-equal goals. The Delta Stewardship Council was created to uphold and implement these co-equal goals of water supply reliability and protection, restoration, and enhancement of the Delta ecosystem. The proposed Delta Plan conveyance amendments put forth by the Council barely touch upon the importance of protecting the Delta's ecosystem. As stated last year in my bill AB 2583 and this year in my bills AB 791 and AB 792, appropriate fiscal and environmental safeguards must be applied to any new conveyance project. While the amendments state in the section dedicated to water principles that cost effectiveness should be a major factor, there is no similar mention when referring to Delta conveyance. This is worrisome since there have already been major concerns brought up regarding the financing of the proposed current conveyance project Water Fix. The Council should consider adding a principle that deals with the cost effectiveness of any Delta conveyance project or be prepared to answer questions from the public as to why it would implicitly be stated to be a guiding principle of water storage but not conveyance. In summary, those agencies considering future conveyance proposals must prepare financing options and demonstrate the manner in which an alternative conveyance reduces reliance on the Delta, protects the ecosystem, and promotes increased storage as a whole as required under the co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act. Any council action must enable my constituents and others who may be impacted by this proposal to have the unobstructed opportunity and right to review and offer guidance in an open, transparent, and participatory process. Therefore, I urge the Council to reconsider the needs of the populace of California, especially those of us who live in and rely on the Delta within the 11th Assembly District. Sincerely, Assemblymember Jim Frazier.
All right, thank you.
Arlen Anderson, Discovery Bay. My mother was born in San Francisco. I was born in Ukiah. We've been in the area all my life. Our families have enjoyed this waterway. We would like to see it continue. When I came in today, there's beautiful pictures on the screen of boating, people out on the river, and boating, pretty pictures. In 10 years from now, will we still have those pretty pictures on the Delta? The stewardship is up to you guys. It's an important part of our future of California. The system storage, we've heard all this other stuff about the dams. We let water go by down on the river, going out to the ocean, hundreds of thousands of gallons a day. Many of the problems that we have is in the summertime. This time of the year wouldn't be a problem at all, sending some water down there, but when you do the tunnels and send it down to LA, you don't have water going by and going out to the ocean like you do now. So when you do have times like this, the dams and the system, the storage system is the way to go, not the tunnels that are being used in the summertime when we don't have the water to send to anybody. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Bacher. I'm editor of the Fish Sniffer magazine. I'm also on the board of Water for Fish and the California Water Impact Network. I agree completely with Roger Mammon from Restore the Delta, who spoke earlier, that Delta advocates aren't confused about what's at stake here with this motion today. This motion is being considered at a time when Delta Tunnels proponents are struggling to justify their enormously expensive and environmentally destructive project in spite of all the scientific evidence otherwise. The National Marine Fisheries Service recently released a draft biological opinion documenting the enormous harm that the Delta tunnels would cause to salmon, steelhead, Delta and longfin smelt, other fish and wildlife species, and water quality. An independent peer review panel found that the agency's findings are backed by comprehensive analysis, new data, and modeling. The panel further found that the National Marine Fisheries Service used the best available science and produced evidence of significant adverse impacts to species and critical habitat, including unacceptable harm to salmon, which is responsible for a multi-million-dollar industry, in fact, billion-dollar industry on the California coast and inland. I'd like to end my presentation here with a question addressed to the Delta Stewardship Council and anybody in this room, anybody in this state, anywhere, anybody in this country or anywhere in this world who can point me to of a single example in world or U.S. history where a project that has diverted more water out of an estuary or river has resulted in the restoration of that river or estuary. Thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Thank you.
My apologies for being a little passionate earlier, but I got a little upset. 2 quick points. One is...
your name again?
Oh, Jory Johansson. I have a couple houses there in Discovery Bay. Our current canal, or canal going down to LA in Southern California, we're not supposed to be taking more water than we're currently giving them right now, these peripheral canals or these tunnels. So what's the purpose of building them? Also, if you wanted to increase the amount of water that Southern California received, you could simply cover the aquifer that's going down there now, because over 50% is lost in evaporation already. So we give them 200% more water than they're currently getting. Okay, and then the other thing too is a much shorter tunnel would be from the Oregon border down to Lake Shasta, and Philip Shasta, which has been a ghost town for many years now, and that would keep all of our water, keep the Delta clean, keep the Bay clean, and give Southern California much more water also. Thank you for your stewardship.
Thank you.
Thank you for having everyone here at this meeting. It sounds like there have been a lot of other meetings. My name's Teresa Hardy that people haven't been so informed about.
I'm sorry, your name again?
Teresa Hardy. I'm here from the San Francisco Bay Area Sierra Club for the Water Committee, and there are people in the Bay Area that are supporting the people in the Delta. I've rafted many of the rivers in Northern California, and I know that we need a very water comprehensive plan for our state, that we need to listen to our scientists, our environmentalists, our engineers when we go forward in making any decisions about water in our state. I'm also a retired elementary school teacher, and we've been talking a lot about the business people that cannot attend this meeting because of the time frame. We also need to look at, there are many children sitting in elementary school classrooms, middle school classrooms, high school classrooms that someday will be affected by the decisions that you are making, and we need to make decisions that they don't just read in a book, that this is what the Delta was like. This is the fish, this is what the environment was like, this is what the water was like, because we have made decisions that haven't respected the people in the Delta community and what they know and what they care about. You have listened to many caring, compassionate, informed speakers this morning. You have heard clapping. I am sure that there are many people in this room who would have got up here to speak and said many of the same things. The claps that you hear are the passion of the people in this community. You need to take a responsibility to listen to them. We need a comprehensive water plan in our state. So I ask you, as stewards, your job as a steward is to be a caretaker also. So I ask you to listen to the people in this community and save the Delta.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Julie Claypool. My mother was born in San Francisco, and so was her mother. I have lived in California all of my life and care very much about California. If you were to consider the Delta as a body of water and compare it to your own bodies, would you put poison in your own body and clog your arteries, readjust your veins so that they couldn't work as they naturally do? People need their bodies to be healthy so that you don't have a heart attack. If you continue to alter our waterways, you are going to give California a heart attack. In essence, I believe it will cause more damage than you can imagine, such as earthquakes, if you were to compare the two. So I'd just like you to say, would you do that to your own body? And please don't do it to the bodies around us that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Gaines. I'm from Bethel Island. There are others that don't live in the other areas. I want you as individuals to consider one vital factor: Delta Stewardship Council. What does it truly mean? Did you accept or take a vow to be true stewards and to be honest with us and with yourselves? That's all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? My name is Alexandra Medina. I am a resident of Discovery Bay. I was born and raised up here. I also lived in Orange County, California for about 5 years, so I understand the water crisis on both sides. Going back to what the gentleman just said, the definition of stewardship is the job of supervising or taking care of something. So your job is to take care of our water and especially of the Delta. We need the Delta. I grew up around the Delta. My parents own a house on the Delta. I own a home in Discovery Bay on the water. My children, they love to go tubing. We love to use the water, and I want it to be clean for them. I am very much aware of the shortage of water in Southern California. I am agreeing with everybody with the storage. We need more dams. I know it's a budget issue, the desalination. We need more storage, or we need to clean that water. Most of our border is water. So I know it's expensive, but there has to be a way. We have to find it in the budget to build the desalination plants. One thing, I know you guys are looking for suggestions. I know it's not necessarily in your court, but the bullet train budget keeps going up and up. I think we really need water more than we need a bullet train. So just do the right thing, keep it in your heart, think of the children. Like she said, there's thousands and thousands of children in school right now, and two of mine are, and I know they love the Delta and they love Discovery Bay, and I really want to preserve it for them for when they're adults. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've tried to keep track of the blue slips and the names of the people that have presented. I still have 3 or 4 more blue slips of people that had requested to speak. If you're still there and you haven't come up, I'm assuming that you agree with those that have spoken before. So at this point, seeing no one else, ask for any comments from the council. Come, please identify yourself and come to the microphone.
I'm Jerry Creech. I live in Discovery Bay. I thoroughly enjoy this place. And what bothers me is if you do this experiment and it doesn't work, where's the money going to come from to reinstate the Delta to the way it was before you did this mistake? That's my question. Who's going to fix it? Number 2 is the water that flows into San Francisco Bay is dramatically changed. It will affect the total ecology of San Francisco Bay, and San Francisco is going to say, what happened? They need to know more about what's going on here and not have these meetings that are sort of concealed. But we do appreciate, look at this. This gives you an idea. Does anybody want tunnels in this room? No! There's your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this concludes the agenda item number 11 that I think most of you were here for. I want to call out that we have a website, deltacouncil.ca.gov. All written submissions will be posted at that website. Additionally, this meeting is being webcast and the webcast will be archived, so it's available also at the website. As you heard earlier, the comments that we've received through this meeting and the previous council meeting and 3 public meetings will be incorporated into an updated staff draft. The council will be meeting in Sacramento on April 27th and potentially April 28th, so that will be the next opportunity to review the progress on this process. I want to thank you all very much for taking the time to come here. We appreciate it. Your comments do matter, and we will now break for lunch for...
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes. One more?
Some comments. A lot to think about, and I was wondering where I was going to start. And I think a good point is being one of the only elected officials on this council, it's a privilege and a pleasure to have all the folks turn out this morning. I've often told my colleagues, and I've thought myself, that it's amazing what the public knows about an issue that they have a great interest in. One of the things that I want to talk about is whether or not the Twin Tunnels is a preferred alternative or if it's even being promoted. And I wanted to first start off by referring back to our February meeting on agenda item page 5, line 21, under new and improved water conveyance. And let me just read from that the initial paragraph. It says, the California Department of Water Resources, DWR, and the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, should pursue a dual conveyance solution for the Delta by constructing new facilities for isolated below-ground conveyance of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. Supplies from the Sacramento River to the South Delta via multiple intakes. It goes on. And one of the things that our Sacramento workshop, when Ms. Enos Obriga was asked about a benefit cost analysis, the response from Ms. Nobriga was that first she confirmed that a benefit cost analysis should be done, but since there was no project to do that on, we weren't doing it at this time. And so I guess I have for staff, is it because we're calling it a dual conveyance solution that word solution means it's not a project?
I
I just want to clarify, for the CEQA process, we don't need to do a cost-benefit analysis. What I mentioned was that a project proponent would do a cost-benefit analysis, but we are doing a program evaluation, so we don't have a specific project we're recommending.
Well, and I guess those 80,000 pages of a FEIR and EIS don't describe a specific project. I mean, it talks about the water fixed tunnels, if you will, and it's very elaborate as to what is going to be required. So I take issue that you're saying it's not a project at this point. But one of the more concerning things to me is, again, being a public official, it's all about transparency and being above board. I'm very disappointed that there had to be a California Public Records Act request for a cost-benefit analysis that stated done, but they felt that they didn't have to share it with the public. And the reason I bring this up is there is a benefit cost analysis that has been done by Dr. Jeffrey Michaels. And I received it when I received the letter from excuse me, let me go back from the public interest organizations in which Mr. Bob Wright made reference and presented today. Was there no reason, or is there a reason why we didn't get the benefit cost analysis with our packets?
That was not produced by staff. If you'd like it to be made available for the next meeting, I'd be happy to do that.
I have copies of it. I anticipated it not being handed out, so.
It's also posted on the website.
Okay, but many people don't have access to the internet, and I just think it's appropriate that we at least have everything on the table so we can talk about the specifics. And I'm passing it out for my colleagues because I think it's important that if we're going to entertain any project, either at a future meeting or 6 months down the road, we ought to have the information that allows us to make those decisions. Because we're talking about anywhere from 17, which was the initial number I think the governor proposed, as high as 65 billion now. And if the bridge is any example, it'll probably be 100 billion by the time we get done. But the point is, a cost-benefit analysis ought to have at least a break-even point. Dr. Michael's cost-benefit analysis shows that for every 23 cents of benefit, it costs $1. That's hardly a project that any of us, if we're doing it in our private lives, would be promoting. So, again, we need to have all the information. I'm concerned about whether or not, to me, I've asked my counsel, as I've looked at this, whether it's a project or a solution, and to a person that I've spoken to, it looks like this council is promoting a dual conveyance, and you can call it a solution, but it sounds like a twin tunnel project to me. So, I'm looking with great anticipation of our actual agenda item that will decide how we move forward on either a twin tunnel or some other preferred alternative. But right now, I'm asking my colleagues to think seriously about the folks that have spoken before us today, what this Delta means. I mean, I have friends who've never been to the Delta, and when I take them to the Delta, they say, what a beautiful, wonderful estuary this is. And don't get me wrong, I understand that we are a state, and that maybe we do have a responsibility to help Southern California with their water needs, but it's not at the expense of destroying the Delta. And and well, that was, well, I do appreciate that. That was not my intent. But how I was going to finish my statement was, I think we're at a point where we need to think about the grand compromise, how we achieve the co-equal goals, but yet be responsible to the state of California. And so I hope that's where my words are leading, and where I hope we can come to some solution that benefits all of us. So thank you for your time.
Any other members of the council have anything to add? Then we will now recess for... I have
And then are you going to come back after lunch and then discuss whether council is going to give staff the direction as this dual conveyance would be the premier alternative? Is that what's going to happen after lunch?
What's going to happen is we're going to pick up the agenda from where we broke this agenda item out to take it first to accommodate everyone that was here. When we come back, unless the council has any questions or any comments to make, we've wrapped it up. The purpose of today's meeting was to receive more public comment. And
but when is the council going to give staff direction or not direction?
We provided them direction at the last meeting, and you heard from our folks.
This says the staff is asking for this council to give staff direction for the preferred alternative. And you just told me that you've already given staff direction, that this is going to be, the dual conveyance is going to be the preferred alternative?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh.
Here's what was given to staff at the last time we looked at the draft. The draft that maybe some of you have read, maybe all of you have read, I don't know. Strengthen the narrative, balance tone, better connect the recommendations to issues in the problem statement, improve consistency between amendment and other existing Delta Plan policies and recommendations, explain how options were selected, include historical analysis and process of options evaluated to date. So those are general buckets of direction given.
When staff presented this to the public, staff commented to this commission, they're looking for this council to give staff the direction that dual conveyance is the preferred alternative, and that's what was being discussed here. Am I mistaken that?
If I may, Chair Fiorini, I think the public comment has informed council member deliberation. We've only really heard from council member Thompson. I don't know if there are any other, after having seen the public comments here, if there are any other council member comments or further direction they'd like to give to staff. That's certainly.
Well, when is the council going to give staff direction or not? Wasn't that to be decided? Isn't that why this item's on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to suggest to staff that, consistent with the chair's direction that is stated in the staff memo, that the background and current evidence suggesting that a dual conveyance approach is preferable be explained in writing, so that at the next meeting and online the public can evaluate that and we can evaluate that. In terms of in terms of what recommendation we ultimately make, we can evaluate it better with this testimony and with a further draft, and we can consider what our recommendations are as we go forward. So I would expect that the next draft will reflect the items that the chair pointed out, and we individually and collectively, when we next meet, will take into account what we heard today and what we've heard elsewhere.
Well put. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you for coming out here today. I really appreciate all of you who took your time out of your busy day, took time off work to be here and to weigh in. My name is Mike Gatto. I'm the newest member of this council. I was not appointed by the governor. I was appointed by the lower house of the California State Legislature. And, well, thank you. Folks, when you're applauding the legislature, we know something's wrong. But you are very well served on these issues by Assemblyman Jim Frazier, who continuously bent my ear during my time in the legislature about these issues and how important the Delta is to our state. And I think we heard your concerns today loud and clear. The other thing I want to mention, we heard a recurring theme today that you aren't hearing about our meetings well enough. And I just throw this out there. I believe we have one, but I'm not sure if we do. Do we have an automated thing on our website where someone can sign up for email notifications of the...
Yes, we do.
Okay. Maybe if we read that to folks or tell people how they can find out about the meetings. You know, the meetings, we have a statutory mandate to hold a certain number of meetings down in the Delta every year. We hold a lot of them up in Sacramento as well, and really do encourage you to come on out because, again, this is your government, and we serve you, and we're very, very appreciative for all of you who came out here today. So thank you very much.
Ken?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank everybody also, especially the people that supported seawater desalination. I spent 12 years of my life working on the Carlsbad project, and you guys had very specific and clear-cut comments, and that's appreciated. Sometimes in that project, we didn't get a whole lot of positive comments, so I'm going to tell people that there's big support up here. This is a iterative process, and you gave us a lot to process, and maybe one of the things, I was taking notes, and I saw, there was a theme on some of the specific comments and impacts to water quality and flows, and I heard, impacts to business, if you were to implement this kind of project, and maybe it's sort of making, or at least setting an expectation in the next iteration of the amendment that we specifically address what we're looking for. How do you balance, water supply reliability in terms of maintaining water quality, sufficient flows within the Delta? How do you not disrupt the day-to-day business and recreational enjoyment? I think that gets to Supervisor Thompson's comment about, gee, there's some grand compromise, and I think we need to kind of maybe continuing on the comments from the last meeting, needs to be more balance in this, and we need to, we heard a lot of specific comments, we need to address those in the next draft and kind of just expand on how we view that and where it fits and how do you address it? How do you make this all work?
Frank?
Yeah, there's two thoughts. One that bothered me the most and does concern me, and it should concern all of us, is the proper notice of workshops. The fact that people could not attend because they were either working or didn't have enough notice, didn't know where it was. I don't know what exactly. I heard a couple of comments about it. And I think in the future, we should be very careful that if we're going to hold a workshop, it should be for the people to respond, not for agencies. I mean, we hear from them all the time, but I really think that's a very difficult problem that has to be overcome if we're going to make these workshops what they should be, which would be what do people think about this project that we're talking about, or not a project, but the Delta itself. Now, the other thing that troubles me somewhat is the notion of confusion, and I think there's confusion to a degree here, and we may have caused some of that. I think we should acknowledge it if we did, but it seems to me that the staff has a responsibility to clearly set forth in their report exactly what happened at workshops, which I don't think occurred, and also should set forth what we're trying to do here, and I don't think this staff report is well drafted in that respect. So I'd like to have more clarity with respect to that, and I'd like to have a better notice for these workshops. I think that's very important.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one quick story, if I may. As a member of LAFCO, which is the body that makes determinations on annexations in a particular county, I had been asking many times to have a night meeting. And I think they got tired of hearing from me, so they finally said, okay, Skip, small community, Dixon, we had a large annexation. We would hold our meetings normally at 10 o'clock on Monday morning. So we held the meeting at 7 o'clock on a weeknight. Over 200 folks showed up. So to the judge's comments about when we think about holding our meetings, if and when we decide on what preferred alternative is going to be moved forward, let's try to have that a night meeting to accommodate all the public. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've heard from everyone that wishes to speak. Again, thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Gene, I feel like we've had Johnny Cash, and now we're the warm-up act. Where'd everybody go? Sure. Okay. Do you want to put it up on the podium in case we have any? Because you'll miss. We're going to be pretty well broadcast. You'll miss the public comment. Okay. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nutritious lunch. We're picking up the agenda on file item number 6, adoption of the February 23rd, 24th, 2017 meeting summary. What's your pleasure?
Move to adopt.
Diane moves and Gatto seconds. Any discussion? Ready for the vote? Let's vote.
Johnston, aye.
Gamble, aye.
Tatay and I.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Number 7, Chair's report. As you already know, we've had 3 public meetings of the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations. In addition to that, Susan and Jessica and I have had outreach meetings. We call them listening sessions with, so far, key environmental group representatives to receive their input related to the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment. The lead scientist search has led to some interviews that have been occurring recently, and I think that's enough for what's happened this last month. Susan, would you like to say anything about the performance measure public meeting that you attended in Sacramento last week?
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. The staff did a very good job of explaining what performance measures are, which is at times difficult to explain, and giving the context of the Stewardship Council working on these performance measures. They're, at least from what I recall, there didn't seem to be any heartburn or controversy over any of the measures. I don't know, Jessica, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the meeting went well.
Okay, that concludes the chair's report. I'm going, Cliff has a flight to catch, so we're going to, this is a really altered agenda. We're going to step over file item 8 and go to file item 9, lead scientist report. Cliff?
I appreciate you accommodating me on this. I do have a student who's been with me for 9 years who's trying to be crossed over the finish line for her doctoral degree, and I have to rush back for that. So thank you so much for letting me go a little bit earlier. Wanted to just mention a couple things relative to what has been a particularly unusual water year, and you're going to get a much more detailed report from Catherine Courtier in just a second, but did want to mention one thing, and that is as of yesterday, which was the last time I checked, the 8-station Sierra Nevada index for precipitation is now over 80 inches. It's probably about 81 or 82, depending on how much rain occurred in the last 36 hours or so. The record that has ever occurred in our making those kind of measurements, which started in 1922, is 88.5 inches. And with some storms in the offing, it'd be very interesting to see whether or not we actually see the wettest year ever. This is an interesting, I think, I've used this term on you here in the last meeting. I'll use it again. This is an interesting example of weather whiplash. We have gone from very severe drought multiple years now to this year that has a very real possibility of being the wettest year that we have records for the Northern Sierra. So quite the change. The other thing I did want to mention that I also came across that I think might be of interest, and it certainly has to do with this issue of the multiple sources of water that are utilized in this state. This wet year that has affected California is also having a positive bump up on the Colorado River. And so they're right now predicting that Lake Powell is going to see about 130% of normal runoff. And with Lake Powell getting extra water, that's going to allow more water to be moved down into Lake Mead, and some of the concerns about Lake Mead elevation, at least, will in the short term have some relief based on the current snowpack that they have in the Colorado River Basin. So I thought I'd share that with you also. As Randy said, we've had 3 seminars, potential lead scientist candidates. There's a little write-up in your briefing book about one of those. This is one that occurred back in February. The other 2 presentations actually just occurred on Monday and Tuesday of this week. You have 3, I think, candidates that have different backgrounds, different areas of science. One of them is a person that is very much a chemist and deals with things that relate to the chemistry of water, and particularly a lot of the contaminants of emerging concern. You have a person who's an ecologist, very much interested in wetland ecology, and an oceanographer whose interest is in groundwater and its effects on surface water, also with very broad training in biology, chemistry, and the geosciences. So the 3 candidates have been through, and I know the process continues to unwind, and many of you are, or at least some of you on this council are involved in that process, and I thank you for your efforts on this. I also wanted to mention that annually the Interagency Ecological Program has a workshop. Workshop this year literally sold out. They had to stop taking people applying to come because they exceeded the capacity of the venue from a fire marshal perspective. So good meeting, 3-day meeting. A lot of the things we heard earlier today were major topics of discussion. One of the, I thought, most interesting of the sessions that they had was focused on the aquatic weed and the problems that we're having with the invasive plant communities that are in the Delta, and nice conceptual model that has framed some interesting new work. And so some of the questions that were asked is, our attack on these weeds so far has been predominantly utilizing herbicides. Are those herbicides having any spin-off effects that are potentially negative to groups of organisms like the phytoplankton that make up the base of the food web in the open water, which tends to sustain some of those open water fishes, of which the Delta smelt is the one you're probably most aware of. So there was also discussions about flows and their interaction with fishes. There were special sessions that focused on temperature and temperature effects. Also, with warmer temperatures, you tend to have additional effects on dissolved oxygen. So what role is dissolved oxygen changes in some of these systems. So interesting meeting, happens every year. It's usually a 3-day meeting, and it brings together people who are supported by the Interagency Ecological Program to talk about the research that they do. And I think the thing that you'll sense when you go to these meetings is that these are the people out in the field making the measurements and taking the samples. So you get a real sense of what they're seeing and what they're understanding about what's going on in the field. Did want to, normally we highlight a couple posters for you. We didn't bring the posters this time to this venue, but did have a little write-up in the book. I did want, the reason we selected these two posters, they're both posters that have to do with Delta smelt. And the first poster is one that I think links very nicely to the Delta smelt resiliency strategy. One of the 13 efforts that are being promoted in the Delta smelt resiliency strategy is to enhance spawning grounds for the Delta smelt. But there's a bit of a problem there. We really don't know where they spawn. And so this is a study that actually is trying to get a better handle by looking at where the gravid adults that are ready to spawn and where some of the very littlest of the young fish are found, to see if we can get a better sense of where they actually do attach their eggs, and hopefully guidance then that if this measure that is being proposed goes forward, we have a better knowledge of where to actually do that enhancement. The other one is another one that kind of comes down again to technology that we use to study these fish. How do you study the movement of these tiny little fish? Well, the best method to do so is to actually put a little transmitter device in them and have them basically tell you where they are, just like they're doing with all kinds of animals. I mean, we're tracing just about every size of animal down to the size of a Delta smelt, and including our juvenile salmon. And so there's lots of nice studies now looking at the movement of how salmon move through the Delta, how they move from the San Joaquin through the Delta, how they move from the Sacramento through the Delta. The technology is basically not quite yet there to be able to do a fish that is 3 inches long versus a fish that is 6 inches long. And so the other poster that's being highlighted here is some studies to say, okay, where do we have to get to actually be able to implant something in a Delta smelt and actually be able to do this kind of actually watching their movements through there. And we're getting close, and that was actually the kind of the bottom line here. But still, the need to have the little transponder that's in the fish be no more than about 1/50th of the weight of the fish. So they have to be very, very tiny. To be very, very tiny, that means that they have to have a either very powerful battery or some way of recharging that battery, and that's part of the technology right now, is to try to come up with methodologies that would allow you to actually trace a fish that small. So that was the other poster that I wanted to highlight. The journal article that I picked for sharing with you is a paper that just came out right at the end of February. It's published in a journal that is published by the American Geophysical Union, and it's the title of it is Defining Snow Drought and Why It Matters. This is a paper by Harbold, Dettinger, and Rajagopal, and the point they make in this paper, and I think it's an important one and a useful one to think about, is that people now are talking more and more about snow droughts and the importance of snow in water supplies throughout the world, and certainly here in the western United States. The idea that we don't have as much snow as we need, and the idea of a snow drought has appeared quite a bit now in the literature. But the authors of this paper point out that there are really two very important pathways to which you can have a snow drought. You can have a snow drought because it just there isn't much precipitation. It's dry. You're in the middle of a drought. But you can also have a snow drought because areas that used to get snow aren't getting snow anymore. They're getting rain. And so you can have a system where the precipitation is even above normal, but still have a snow drought. And this is happening more and more commonly in different places. They point to an example in 2015 when California had a precipitation drought that produced a snow drought, but the Pacific Northwest did not have a precipitation drought, but they had a snow drought because they were getting much, much more rain than they normally get and very, very little snow. So why this is important is now that then they, in the paper, flip forward to now, this year. First part of this water year, the end of 2016, we were definitely not in a precipitation drought, but we were in a snow drought. So if you remember some of the by the numbers that you were getting in October, November, December, we had less than 100% of normal snowpack in the Sierra Nevada. That was made up in January and February, so you'll hear the numbers today from Catherine in a little bit. But those kinds of situations then mean that you're getting lots of precipitation, but it's coming in the form of rain, and therefore, how do you manage your reservoirs? And we face that. I mean, we want to save as much of that water as we can for human use, but at the same time, we have to make way for enough space in those reservoirs to be able to keep us safe from a flood perspective. And so this paper kind of wrestles with that issue, is how do you operate your reservoirs when you have a snow drought? And chances are we're going to see more and more of those kind of snow droughts as we move forward, where precipitation might not be less than normal, but the snowpack is. And so, and how do you operate, and what are your decisions on your storage? So it's an interesting article, and I recommend to look. It's a short but very concise, well-written paper that asks those kind of questions. And I think when, as we think about lessons learned from this water year and from our some of the things that have happened to some of our reservoirs, this is also something that ought to be factored into that thinking. Let's see. Just wanted to highlight two other ongoing activities of the science program. We are in the process of developing a science action agenda. This is something that was called out in the Delta Science Plan that we should do. It's a planning effort that would look with about a 5-year window focus, so we're looking at 2017 to 2012. Staff have been very diligent in going out and both perusing the literature and all the recent synthesis reports and published papers, and meeting with, I think, 40-plus agencies now to talk about science questions, science needs, things that they think are important. They've gone through a process of winnowing down about 600 action items that they have received to basically 5 overarching themes with something on the order of 20 or so more specific items under each of those overarching themes. The next step in this process is they're going to open this up then for public input and public comment, and they're also going to take this draft document, once completed, to the Delta Independent Science Board for their review and feedback. They've already gotten review from a couple of the main working groups. We have a Science Advisory Committee who has reviewed it, and we also have the Delta Agency Science Work Group, which is a group of scientists that have been empowered by the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee to help on these kind of science questions. So they have both given their input and opined on some of the ideas that are there. We're refining that. We'll put it out for public comment, and we'll take it to the Independent Science Board, revise it after that, and then hopefully before I depart here in the summer, we'll have this plan by August. Okay. And then just wanted to point out a couple on upcoming events. On April the 10th, we're going to have a science communication workshop. We've been asked by a number of folks to do this over the last year or so. We are pairing with the UC Davis, the Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute, and the UC Davis Graduate Studies program have come together to help us support this. We opened registration, and we've already had more people register than we have space for. But we think that the demand is strong, and so we'll report back to you after the event occurs on April the 10th. And then one thing that we're also going to do just basically before your next council meeting is we started, I guess, during my predecessor's tenure here. Peter Goodwin started a early career workshop program for our fellows, both for the fellows that work with us in the offices in Sacramento and also the fellows that we place at universities to do research on the Delta. We are going to have an early career leadership workshop for those fellows, of which numbers are probably in the mid-20s right now, for the last 2 years' classes. And it's an opportunity for these people to come together and talk about, what are your career options? What kind of things do people with your type of training go into? How do you improve your communication skills? How do you interact with people like yourself? And one of the parts of their training is that they're going to come after the 2 days of their workshop and actually give you 1 or 2 minute summaries. They'll have a line, much like we had here earlier this morning, of 20 or 25 young scientists who are going to tell you a little something about what they're working on, and we're telling them that they have no more than 120 seconds to communicate what they are doing. And you support them, and I think it's important that you hear from them, and we'll have that as part of the lead scientist report next month. So I think that's everything that I have. Happy to answer any questions you might have, and I do want to then pass it on to Catherine, who's going to give you the numbers. Yes, Ken?
Ken?
Knowing that Cliff has to leave within a minute or so, we had a lot of comments about the National Marine Fisheries report issued on salmon, and I'm wondering maybe next month we can kind of hear back if you've had a chance, or the science program's had a chance to review that report.
I have not had a chance to review it. I need to review it. The science program should review it, and I will make sure that is on your agenda for the lead scientist report next month.
Okay, thank you.
Great, good. All right, Catherine, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chair Fiorini and council members. As Cliff said, I'm here to give you some exciting numbers for our month. Closer?
Close to the microphone.
Sorry, I have a head cold, so I can only hear out of half my ears.
You can slide it closer to you.
Okay, so I just wanted to start off by apologizing. I added some of the fish numbers a little later last night for salvage data, so that is on a separate by the numbers page instead of the one that's attached to the precipitation numbers. It'll also be up on the projector for those of you that weren't able to grab it. So just to start off with some numbers on precipitation, we have some great green values still. I just updated the current cumulative precipitation for the Northern Sierra, and it has increased to 81.1 inches, which is exciting. So just to give you a little context, the last time we had a really wet year, which was 82 to 83, we were at 88.5, and that was the cumulative total for the water year. And at this current point in that year, we were at 72 inches. So the rain is looking pretty good for this year. And just in our slightly drier year last year, we were only at this time at 51.8 cumulative inches. So for the Central Sierra, we have 63.1 inches. And just to compare it to the last recent wettest year we had, this was 77.4 inches. So if California receives at least the average amount of precipitation for the rest of our season, 2016 and 17 are going to become the state's wettest year on record, which is exciting for everyone. So also to note that on average, California has experienced near to above average temperature this winter, despite all of the constant precipitation and rain and snow we've received. So to go on to talk about our snowpack numbers, this year we have 38.8 cumulative inches of snow water equivalent, which is 10 inches more than last year's maximum for the water year, which was at 28.2. If we want to compare this to the last wettest year we had on record, this was 43.2, so we're catching up to that. For Central Sierra, our current number is at 48.9, which is 22 more inches than last year. And then for our statewide average, we're at 44.5 inches, which is 19 more additional inches than last year. So all of these values presented are above normal and also above the April 1st average for this state. The April 1st snow survey, which is around the corner, is important for getting the most comprehensive snapshot of the snowpack in the Sierra moving on to the spring season. And April 1st typically marks the end of the wettest season and the point at which the snowpack will reach its peak. And just on average, the snowpack supplies about 30% of California's water needs as it melts in the spring and early summer. So moving on to our reservoir storage. For Shasta, currently it's at 102% of its storage capacity, and last year it was at 110%. So there was slightly more water in the reservoir last year, but there was less of a snowpack. So this year we have a greater snowpack to account for. At Oroville, the capacity is at 106%. San Luis, which is South Delta storage, currently it's at 112%, which is a stark contrast to last year, which was at 57%. And the last time we saw numbers this high in the San Luis Reservoir was in April of 2011, so it's been quite a few years. So moving on to flow. For the Sacramento River, it's currently flowing at 64,363 cubic feet per second, which is a slight increase from last year, which was around 62,000. San Joaquin River is where we see kind of the biggest difference. This year it's at, or currently it's at 29,840, which is a very large increase from last year when it was only 1,908. So that's pretty significant. For our combined storage, the numbers are fairly similar. So right now we're sitting at 5,102 cubic feet per second. So just a comment to make that these numbers do not capture the flow that's going through the yellow bypass. So moving on to our salinity measurements. In general, salinity values currently are very low, and we have some particularly impressive drops in the San Joaquin region. So our current measurement for the Sacramento River is 170 microsiemens per centimeter. Last year it was slightly higher with 128. In the San Joaquin, we have a huge drop from last year, which was measured at 804 microsiemens per centimeter, and it's currently at 130. So our combined measurement is for this season at 188 microsiemens per centimeter, and this measurement is quite similar to last year's measurement, which was at, or slightly higher at 386. So we're going to move on to some fish numbers. So the first number we're going to talk about is dealing with the Delta Smelt Index, and this is retrieved from the spring Kodiak trawl, which catches adult smelt that are getting ready to spawn. So currently there's a record of 31. Last year, around this time, we had 20, so it's a slight increase in numbers. We also have data on the seasonal salvage, and so the current incidental take, which was as of March 16th, is at 56.5. And I just wanted to let everybody know that the incidental take limit is at 64. And this number is based off of a survey done in fall of how many adults were captured. And the smelt survey group noted that current trends in salvage suggest that the incidental take level will be exceeded before the end of the adult salvage season, which generally occurs when the water begins to warm. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of months with the smelt. Moving on to the fall run Chinook salmon. These numbers are current as of the March 7th stock abundance analysis and environmental assessment, which was for the ocean salmon fishery regulation. The estimates of adult abundance is used to determine the allowable harvest, both in commercial and recreational fisheries. So our current Sacramento 2017 index estimate is at 23,700, and these fish were spawned during a drought year, so there's somewhat of a lag time in between when the fish were spawned and when we see them. So it'll be interesting to see how this excess in water will affect later salmon. So just to note, the fall rook Chinook salmon are currently the most abundant of the Central Valley races of salmon, and they have very vast commercial and recreational importance, both in oceanic and freshwater fisheries. And that concludes the numbers.
Questions of Catherine?
Comment, Mr. Chair. Jessica, could we have Catherine include not only the average but last year's count so we can compare how we're doing from one year to the next instead of the average?
Cliff, do you want to respond to that? I mean, I think the complexity there is year type, and what kind of conclusions you're trying to draw out of the comparison.
Well, Catherine,
if you're just looking at total numbers.
Well, Catherine mentioned 20, and this year it's 31. Mm-hmm. That, to me, appears to be an improvement. So I'm not trying to take anything from it other than here's what we saw last year, here's what it is this year. And then we can make our own conclusions.
Does the fact that it's in red help you?
Yes.
There's a
know what the number was to see if it may still be in red, but it's improving.
I mean, one way we might be able to deal with this is I mean, year to year is probably of interest, but it's the longer term trend. So it would be better to maybe embed something that would actually show you a decadal type time step.
That's what I'd recommend.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
And that concludes the lead scientist report.
Cliff, thanks. Safe travels. That completes file item number 9. Any requests for public comment? Okay, Bill? Agenda item number 9.
My name's Bill Reese-Knight, and I spoke earlier. And what I want to add is directed towards the doctor here. Kind of folds in with an overall comprehensive concept. The journal article about the snow drought brings to mind the concept that in order to be able to conserve as much water as possible that falls into the watershed, we need to be able to slow how it leaves the watershed. If you take a bare patch of dirt, pour a gallon of water across it, you're going to see it run to the edge real fast. If you have grass, it's going to slow down. During the last several years of drought, we have seen a lot of death of the tree canopy. A lot of that is a result of beetles and so forth, and weakened trees. And there's a big hurry up to be able to harvest that to reduce some fire danger, and also as an economic bonus to take wood that's already dead instead of cutting it live. I would like to suggest that from the perspective of a snow drought, we look at leaving a larger amount of material behind on the ground. This last summer we drove through the mountain states up to South Dakota, and I saw an interesting procedure of collecting up lots of fallen material into little piles that I guess would be carted off later or something like that. We do need to reduce the fire danger with the material that's left on the ground, but at the same time, if we can work with Department of Forestry to find a way to extend the length of time that it stays there and allows decomposition, we may be able to slow down some of that massive runoff that happens when we do get a good solid rainfall, instead of having it all end up in a reservoir and blowing out Lake Oroville again.
Thanks for that. Okay, we're on to file item number 8, the Executive Officer's Report. Jessica?
Okay, good afternoon. Over the weekend, Governor Brown requested a 4th presidential major disaster declaration, putting the price tag of our winter storms at $569 million. This request cites the serious damage to both the main and emergency spillways at the Oroville Dam, a crisis that forced evacuation of almost 200,000 nearby residents on February 11th. The estimate of damages was accompanied in Brown's letter by a long list of other storm damage that left Californians fleeing floodwaters and a number of roadways damaged by slipping hillsides and erosion. The governor also issued an emergency proclamation adding Contra, Costa, and Solana counties to his 48 other counties, included in his March 7th state of emergency due to storms in February. Last week, Dr. Dom and I sent a joint comment letter to the State Water Board regarding its environmental review document for changing the water quality control plan for San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta water quality. The Water Board's proposal has generated a lot of interest and comments, not unlike our Delta Plan amendments. Those comments generally note that their proposal for how to deal with flow and the balancing across beneficial uses, comments generally noted that it either went too far in dedicating flows for fish or that it did not go far enough. Sounds like a familiar position to be in. In our letter, we noted that the environmental review is well researched and recognizes the connections among flows, native fish populations, and water quality in the Southern Delta. We concluded that the general scientific approach is sound, but we recommended clarification of 4 specific issues. The first is how flows allocated by a proposed unimpaired flow accounting will be managed in order to best achieve more functional natural flow characteristics as are called for in our Delta Plan. We advocated for the use of a combination of both flow and non-flow measures, even if that means those need to come in the form of voluntary negotiated settlements. We ask for clarification for the adaptive management measures and timelines that will be used in implementing the plan. And we ask for clarification regarding the governance structure for achieving the stated goals and objectives, how the adaptive management decisions will be made and by whom. We also suggested meeting with the board in order to clarify suggested roles that they had for both the Delta Science Program or the Delta Independent Science Board. We sent a number of Delta Plan implementation coordination letters that are included in your packet and available on our website. I'll just briefly go over the topics of those letters. The first was for the Bacon Island Levee Rehabilitation Project. The second is for the Delta Protection Commission's Delta Flood Risk Management Assessment District Feasibility Study. The next was scoping comments for the site's reservoir project. Another was a Fremont Weir Adult Fish Passage Modification Project in Yolo County. And if you have any specific questions on any of those letters, I'm happy to follow up with you and the appropriate staff at a later time. Next, I'd like to invite up Ryan Stambrough to provide our legislative report.
Good morning. Or good afternoon. Yes, I'm more accustomed to my time coming much earlier in the day, but nice to be with you again.
February largely revolved around bill introductions, while March marked the beginning of hearings on agency budget proposals and the start of the policy committee process in advance of the April 28th committee deadline. Starting on the bill side, there are a handful of measures that I will be highlighting this afternoon. AB 200 by Assemblymember Susan Eggman from Stockton, which would appropriate a little over $1 million from the general fund to DWR to replace a pump station on Smith Track. Smith Track encompasses a portion of the Delta's secondary zone in West Stockton and is bordered by the Calaveras to the north and Smith Canal to the south. The need for the upgrade is based on the premise that the existing pump station lacks sufficient capacity to prevent flooding of structures in the area during a 100-year storm event. The completion of the project, combined with SJAPCA's Smith Canal Gate project, is intended to remove RD 1614, which is Smith Track, from FEMA's 100-year floodplain. Now, by way of background, the district undertook a successful self-assessment vote in 2013, and as a result, raised more than $3 million to provide the local cost share funds for both the Smith Canal Gate and the pump upgrade. In response, SJAPCA sought matching funds for both projects from the state, however, was only successful in receiving the funds for the Smith Canal Gate, while an application for Prop 1E grant funds to upgrade the pumping station was rejected by DWR due to an insufficient justification. The bill, which is author-sponsored, passed out of the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Committee this week and will now head to appropriations. Given that AB 200 would directly appropriate funds, the bill would require a supermajority or 2/3 vote of both houses. Moving on to Senate Bill 49 by Senate Pro Tem Kevin De Leon from Los Angeles, which would designate as baseline federal standards a number of foundational federal environmental laws, such as the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Endangered Species Act. In general, the bill requires state agencies to adhere to the baseline federal standards in place on either January 1st of 2016 or January 1st of 2017, whichever is more stringent, regardless of any subsequent actions of Congress or the President. In addition, the bill provides a private right of action should the Federal Endangered Species Act be weakened at some point in the future. Now, for reference, there are currently 74 species that are listed under the federal ESA that the state ESA would need to incorporate under this bill should the Federal Endangered Species Act be rolled back to trigger the bill's required incorporation of those species. While the policy ramifications associated with SB 49 are obviously contingent upon a number of things, not the least of which actions taken at the federal level that have yet to fully materialize, this bill does illustrate, I think, the current concerns some in the legislature have with regards to the anticipated policy agenda of the new administration. In addition to SB 49, Senator Ben Allen has introduced SB 50, which would give the State Lands Commission the right of first refusal if any federal lands in the state are proposed for sale. And Senator Hannah Beth Jackson introduced SB 51, aimed at providing whistleblower protection for federal lawyers, engineers, and scientists working in the state. As it relates to the Delta, there are obviously a number of revisions to the aforementioned federal policies that could significantly impact the state and the work we do here at the Council. However, given the absence of specific policy proposals at this time, those impacts remain to be seen. SB 49 is supported by a coalition of environmental interests and opposed by business and agricultural groups, including the California Farm Bureau, who believe that the mechanism in the bill fails to offer the needed flexibility to respond to new scientific developments. This bill, which has garnered a rare triple referral, passed out of the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee on the 14th, and will be heard by Senate Environmental Quality and Senate Judiciary in the coming weeks. Moving on to an update on two Delta-related spot bills by Assemblymember Jim Frazier that I mentioned last month. AB 732, we now know, will be amended to serve as the vehicle to extend the state's cost share sunset for DWR's Delta Levy Subvention Program, which is, as the council is aware, the predominant source of state funds for levee maintenance in the Delta. Current law provides that the state may pay up to 75% of a project's cost beyond a $1,000 per mile deductible, with the specific cost share to be determined by an ability to pay analysis performed by the department. As the council will recall, the current draft of the Delta Levees Investment Strategy, which is an item will be taken up later this afternoon, recommends that the current 75% cost share be extended indefinitely. And then the next bill from Assemblymember Frazier that I'd like to highlight is AB 792, which pertains to the State Water Board's update of the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan, Water Fix, and Delta Plan Consistency all in one. Existing law currently forbids DWR from commencing construction of a Delta conveyance project until the State Water Board approves a change in the point of diversion. AB 792 would add two clauses. The first would not only require DWR to receive an affirmative order from the State Board authorizing a change in the point of diversion, that is actually current law, but it would also require the project to be deemed consistent with the Delta Plan before any construction of a conveyance project could occur. In addition, the bill would require the State Board to complete its update of the Bay Delta Plan prior to the Delta Plan consistency process. Both bills are anticipated to be heard in their first policy committees sometime next month. And then switching to news from Washington, where President Trump released his budget blueprint earlier this month, which proposes a number of cuts to programs and activities relevant to the Delta. Specifically, the document proposes to zero out more than $250 million in targeted grants for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, that currently support a variety of coastal and marine management and research activities, as well as the Sea Grant Educational Program, which the Council currently co-funds with NOAA. In addition, the administration proposes to eliminate federal support for the National Heritage Area Program, a designation that the Council and others have sought for the Delta through a congressional authorization in recent years. Moreover, the proposal would also eliminate $427 million in federal funding for regional efforts that fund restoration in systems like the Great Lakes, Chesapeake Bay, and the San Francisco Bay Delta. In terms of council impact, the organization's budget currently provides for a little less than $4.5 million in federal reimbursement authority, which has largely been used in recent years by the Council's Delta Science Program to arrange for things like an independent peer review of the long-term operations biological opinions. Given the lack of detail in the blueprint, it's currently unclear what specific impact such a proposal would have on the Council. In its interest. That said, being that Congress does ultimately hold the power of the purse, I would recommend treating this document and its contents as more of a platform than an actual budget. Congress is expected to continue deliberations in the next month or so, and I will follow up as things begin to take shape. And then finally, turning to some lighter news, I'm happy to report that last Wednesday, Councilmember Weinberg, in his appointment to the Council, received unanimous support from the Senate Rules Committee, which will now head to the full Senate for a vote sometime in April. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions of Ryan? Ken, congratulations on step one.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Jessica?
Okay, that concludes my executive officer's report.
Okay, great. Any requests for comment? None. Let's move on to file item number 10. Acceptance of draft amendment of Delta Plan revisions for the Delta Levees Investment Strategy. This is an action item.
Thank you. The council will be asked to approve the draft amendment, which is the culmination of a multi-year process and reflects comments from multiple council meetings and stakeholder outreach. The approved draft amendment would be the preferred alternative for purposes of drafting the project description for the California Environmental Quality Act document that will be prepared for this and other Delta Plan amendments. Dan's here, along with Dustin Jones on our staff and Larry Roth, who is our consultant from Arcadis. And I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you. This has been a long effort, and you realize no matter how hard you work on levees, they never have the cachet that tunnels do. But it's what happens when you put the opening acts on after the headliners. You know, crowds kind of drifted away. But we are here today to seek your approval of a recommended amendment to the Delta Plan that we could then use for the purposes of proceeding with the CEQA analysis. That amendment is attached to your staff report as attachment 1, and I hope you all have the addendum to the staff report, that was distributed this morning.
Can you let us know what that addendum looks like, just to make sure that everyone can have it in front of them?
It's a simple one-page report with a little 4-cell table, partly adjustments to the narrative and partly adjustments to one of the regulatory policies regarding levy prioritization.
Let's pause a minute and make sure everyone has that in front of them.
Yeah, it's titled Agenda Item 10, Addendum to Staff Recommended DLIS Delta Plan Chapter 7 Amendment. It's probably at the bottom of your pile that was on the table when you arrived. Now, it may have started at the bottom. It may not still be at the bottom.
It's in the middle somewhere.
Okay. Proceed, Dan.
What we want to do today is just briefly summarize some of the additional feedback we've received over the last weeks, and then present to you the recommendation highlighting the adjustments that we're proposing from the draft you saw previously. And then we're obviously happy to answer any questions you have, either about the public comments that have been received and distributed to you, or about the staff recommendation. We have continued our outreach to individual agencies over the last week. So we had a useful meeting with the State Lands Commission. They're interested in levees, of course, because the levees border the key piece of state real estate in the Delta, which is the bed of the channels and the rivers. And so for them, they're the adjoining property owner in every case. And they emphasized in particular their interest in promoting public access to those waterways. And I think when we circulate an EIR, we may hear from them suggesting that we ought to be a little more assertive about trying to promote public access in appropriate locations when levee improvements are funded. We also had a useful meeting with Melinda Terry of the Central Valley Flood Control Association, and had learned her points of view about the amendment. And then I was able to substitute, not nearly so well as Chairman Fiorini might have done, in a discussion with the Water Commission about the whole range of amendments that the council is considering, in particular the levy amendments. The Water Commission has a role that hasn't been exercised for many years in state law, which is to approve lists of special projects that the Department of Water Resources would then implement. I think they've done that one time way back in 1990 when that provision was first put in the law, and then it hasn't been revisited. And so we talked with them.
Can you speak into the microphone a little more closely?
Oh, yeah.
There's some background noise.
So we talked with them about their interests in continuing that role, and that's one of the issues that we've identified for further consideration, is sort of whether there are some opportunities to better consolidate some of the oversight functions in fewer state agencies, with the hope that maybe the Delta levees would get a little more focused attention. We've continued our conversations with the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board about ways to implement the amendment, and I think those conversations are moving ahead productively and are continuing. In response to Councilmember Tyen's request, attachment 2 to the staff report is a map that depicts where state investments in Delta levees have gone in recent years. The periods that it covers vary because the record keeping which we were able to rely from the department varies a little bit, but I think they show pretty substantial investments up through about 2014. Since then, there have been some substantial investments in urban levees that aren't reflected in the map on attachment 2. So if there's no questions about that, I'd like to just move into the summarizing the recommendation before you, emphasizing the things that we've changed since we talked with you last. There's a variety of adjustments in the narrative, and those, I hope, respond to the direction that you provided us at the last meeting. We want to recommend that includes an adjustment in the discussion about to acknowledge the recent congressional authorization for levee improvements in Sacramento and West Sacramento that was suggested by Yolo County and Solano County and other levee interests in the North Delta. On page 49 in RRP2, the policy that addresses levee priorities, as we point out in the addendum, we'd like to suggest that the Rio Vista tract we have previously identified as an other priority. This has been something that we've named DLIS 22. It doesn't actually have a reclamation district number. We'd like to recommend reassigning that from the other priority category to the high priority category. And that would bring it into alignment with the other YOLO bypass levies. And as we've had an opportunity, once Solano County pointed this out to us, to dive back into some of the technical memoranda that have been released in the last month that support the flood plan. And they focus in particular on how improvements to the YOLO bypass might influence flood stages and flood risks along the Sacramento River and then the YOLO bypass, into which floodwaters would be diverted from the Sacramento. One of the benefits of that project is it reduces flood stages all down the Sacramento River below Sacramento itself by 18 inches or so. And so that's good news, not just for reducing flood risks in the pocket and in West Sacramento, but then also in the Maintenance Area 9 South, a rural district that includes Freeport and Hood, areas along Cortland and Clarksburg, and then south of that, clear through Walnut Grove. The disadvantage in some ways is that by moving those waters into the YOLO bypass may increase flood stages there, and depending on how the ultimate design of the bypass works, that could raise stages in Rio Vista, at the Rio Vista Bridge by maybe even up to, is it a foot? Is that the number?
Yeah, I think it was. And we're talking. And this is particular to 200-year events with climate change.
Yeah. So it would be appropriate that maybe Rio Vista is going to need some levee improvements at that time, and we ought to signal that now as we have the need for other improvements along that way. We've also added the post-disaster recovery as an issue that ought to be get future consideration. We had some discussion last time, and you'll recall that the Natural Heritage Institute and I think the state water contractors had urged us to identify areas that ought not to be priorities for recovery should they be damaged in a flood. And rather than taking that approach, which we think is premature, we suggested that be added as an issue for further consideration. Then finally, we've revised the performance measures. These are on page 64 of the staff report. And I wanted to call attention to a couple things. In particular, we've been able to more carefully quantify the anticipated decrease in expected annual fatalities and expected annual damages. And if the urban improvements that are recommended in the plan were to be implemented, and of course state law calls for those to be accomplished by 2025, we would get a 50% reduction in expected annual fatalities and expected annual property damages. So that would be a pretty significant accomplishment, and the 2025 date is the target set in state law. We've also set a goal of increasing the community credit scores for entities, local governments that are participating in the National Flood Insurance Program. And this is an often overlooked way that people can reduce their flood insurance costs as their community implements flood-proofing and other risk reduction measures that don't involve levee construction. And so for us, it's a great way to track progress in non-structural risk reduction measures. And then finally, we've set some targets in terms of output performance measure, or outcome performance measures, those things that measure what the kind of physical changes are occurring, of having 100% of the Delta Islands and tracts protected by levees that are at or above the Bulletin 192.82 standard. And this is not a target any of us at the table should expect is going to be accomplished anytime soon, but is again the guidance that's in state law, in which the legislature endorsed the Bulletin 192 as the guidance for improving the Delta's non-project levees. Councilmember Thompson, I don't know if you have other questions. You had asked us to bring a map that has the Delta Islands and tracts with numbers, and we have that. If those issues should come up, we could use it, refer to it, but I don't know that it needs to be handed out yet.
I have none, and I appreciate you recognizing the small community of Rio Vista and how it sits at the bottom of the funnel, if you will. Yeah. So thank you.
I'm thankful to you for pointing it out. And so that would conclude the staff recommendation. If there's questions about the comment letters we received, we'd be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I suspect there's some folks here who would like to testify.
Council comments? Questions? I just want to say it's remarkable. This thing has gone through a lot of turns, and I'm really pleased with the product you've developed, the staff report, the recommendations. This has been a lot of work on behalf of our staff, a lot of effort with technical experts throughout the Delta. I know that there are some that are here to speak under public comment, but I just wanted to lead by saying I really think you've done a really great job of putting this all together. It's come a long way since we first started, Jessica, 4 years ago?
January 2014.
Yeah. So, any requests for comment? There are none. Maybe there are. I thought there were. Supervisor Provenza, welcome. When
Good
you're
afternoon.
finished, we would like you to fill out a request for
I
public
know I'm
comment.
terrible at that. I ask other people to do it, and I don't do it myself.
I just want to make sure we get the spelling of your last name correct.
Absolutely. We'll take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, before the supervisor continues, I want it noted for the record that he raised his hand when you asked for people to signal whether we should move the other agenda item ahead of his. So he got to sit through the whole thing. So very generous of you.
Yeah.
Pleased to help. My name's Jim Provenza, Yolo County Supervisor. I'm also chair of the Delta Conservancy and of the Yolo Habitat Conservancy. I'm here today on behalf of Yolo County. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I would ask, I don't have the document that was referred to. Have the Yolo bypass levies been changed to high prioritization?
They've been high prioritization all the way through, and I was able to share with the staff from the Rivers Group that put together your letter where in the Delta plan that is done, and so those are already at the high priority level.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That was one of the points in our March 15th, 2017 letter, the importance of the YOLO bypasses. I'm sure you all know, not only to current habitat and flood protection, but to future habitat, and for both Yolo and Solano County in terms of being able to do habitat restoration and provide flood protection. So the highest priority accorded to the YOLO bypass levees is important to us. The other point, there were several in the letter, but the other point I wanted to emphasize was the Clarksburg levees were in the other category in RD 765 307 999. We would like to see a higher prioritization. We don't expect urban flood protection, but that's a very important community, as you know. Those of you who've visited the wineries there or visited the sugar mill know that that is a center of economic viability for Yolo County, and we want to be sure to protect that community. So would urge that the highest level of protection be applied there as well. Well, thank you very much. Enjoyed your meeting, and I enjoyed listening to people give public comment who weren't necessarily happy, but who weren't mad at me. That was a pleasure. So it's a pleasure being here and learned a lot today. Thank you.
We're pleased to provide a service.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Any other requests for public comment? Okay. We have reached the moment, because this is an action item. I need to inform the council, you know that we have been in conversation with the Flood Board and DWR related to how they will implement the priorities. And we've been working on a memorandum of understanding that would explain in real terms how that's going to work. We reached an agreement. Susan and Bethany and Jessica and I met with Flood Board and DWR representatives on Wednesday, yesterday I guess it was, and so we have an agreement, but it hasn't. The details have not yet been worked out. It will not have any impact on to initiate the CEQA process that we're being asked to endorse, and if all goes well, we'll have that to bring to you in April for your consideration. So
could you characterize the central feature of what the agreement would do?
It will, in the document that we have before us, the priorities that we set apply to levee improvements. And we are giving DWR the variance to alter from our listed priorities if things come up that require an adjustment. The MOU describes how they will provide annual reports describing where variances occurred and why they occurred. And then also, to a lesser degree, a pledge to work with us to make sure that we maintain the most current information available through inspections and reporting to keep the decision support tool as current and up-to-date and useful as possible.
Will DWR require reclamation districts to report the condition of the levees as they inspect them with the state subvention funds?
That's part of the MOU.
And will DWR, or put another way, how do we collectively finance the information that this project has generated, really good information about the condition of the levees and the assets on the islands?
Well, I think probably those kinds of questions will be best answered next month if we have, as we expect we will, a document that we can put before the council for consideration. But
I think on the financing question, currently any information like that that's collected is funded through the state funding programs, and I don't think that's expected to change regardless of what anything that comes in our MOU.
To the extent that those levees are inspected, they're eligible for reimbursement through the subventions program. And so I think that would be the way we would expect the inspections to be funded. And I think the tool itself, much of the information that's in the tool is been gathered through routine processes. The census gathers the information about the population, routine surveys that are done by the Department of Conservation or by local ag commissioners keep the farmland information up to date. Some of the information doesn't change much because it's soils or it's
I was
some
just
other
wondering
sort of
if Larry had volunteered to keep up the tool going forward.
Yeah, between us and DWR, we'll have to be the ones who staff that particular
And
work.
so that's part of the discussions, the ongoing information, because this is a great contribution, what's been done, and maintaining it would be valuable.
yeah, that's why I think the document that hopefully will be brought before the council next month will help to amplify some of the recommendations that are in the document that if it's approved today to go to CEQA, we'll begin that process.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I would move we approve the document as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I have some comments.
Yeah. We have Bethany and then Skip.
No, go ahead, Council.
Okay. Skip?
On page 36, line 5, talking about the Delta Flood Risk Management Assessment, or study, I should say. I'd rather these comments be couched in more general terms because we're still under discussion and revision. We have our next subcommittee meeting, I believe, in middle of April. And so if we could couch it in more general terms, it seems to be a bit specific here, and it will change, I can assure you.
Yeah, we could make it that there's a DPC study that reviews these issues rather than identifying that it reached a conclusion, if that would be better.
As long as it's not, doesn't lead the reader to believe that we've finalized that study.
Okay.
Okay?
Is
That's satisfactory to you?
Yeah.
Is that satisfactory to the motion maker in a second? Okay.
Okay.
Next.
On page 60, line 41, is that paragraph supposed to be there? It seems to be out of context. Line 41 through 45 on page 60.
No, that is important because one of the issues with federal assistance is do the benefits exceed the costs? And so actually being able to identify the economic value of the water supply and transportation services in the Delta levees, that the Delta levees protect, is very important. It's not just a matter that, those waters, that road's going to be underwater for 6 months and did it do any damage to the pavement?
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to fit there, but thank you. And can we confirm that the Stewardship Council is supporting the Subvention Fund 7525? And
the recommendation is that it would be up to 75%.
up to 75.
Yeah.
What about the sliding scale ability to pay and also the deductible?
Well, our recommendation is that the ability to pay is still important, that that analysis should occur, and we're working with the department and the flood board to identify ways that analysis could be accomplished more simply, so it doesn't require a consulting firm of economists to help a reclamation district supply the information that would be necessary to calculate that. We also believe it's important to update the deductible. I think Mr. Zuckerman, when he was here last month, or maybe it was a couple of months ago, testifying about how the program was first put together, he talked about the deductible provision being important because they thought it was important that local reclamation districts always had some skin in the game. And I think over the years, through inflation, they've had less skin in the game, and I think we're just suggesting that that should be adjusted so that it actually reflects an appropriate contribution.
Okay, and then my last comment is about the standard, the 8499, or is there any thought, discussion about getting to a minimum standard?
Well, I think what we've done is we've identified that as a target for the program in our performance measures. We're very far from that. I mean, that has been the state's target for Delta levee improvements since, I think, 1982 when the report was addressed. And yet only a handful of districts are fully at that standard now. So the idea that we would say, let's get everybody there may feel good, but it's probably not something that's going to happen soon.
All right, Dan, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
I just wanted to be clear. Sorry, Councilmember, I couldn't hear. Was the motion with the amended language that staff proposed with the addendum?
That's what I was going to clarify. We have the addendum, which it's the intent of the motion maker and the second to include this, plus the provision that Dan offered up in response to Skip's comment.
Yeah, those couple of adjustments.
Okay. That's a complete package. Ready for a vote?
Weinberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion's carried unanimously. Staff, a huge thank you. I know this is just one more step now that this action institutes, but good work.
Well, thank you for your patience. You've had to sit through umpteen hearings about this, and really, Dustin and Larry have had to do the lion's share of the work and, work their calculators and do all the background materials. And without their really extraordinary efforts, we wouldn't have got to this point today.
Well, Mr. Chair, I thought it was because Mike and I just showed up and we wrapped it up, made it happen.
Yeah. Sometimes it just takes that last push.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, we appreciate that. Okay, next up, file item 12, consideration of draft Delta Plan amendment for refinement of the performance measures.
Okay, while staff assemble at the table, I think we've talked a lot about performance measures, and Cliff mentioned a bit about them over several previous meetings. We're building on the initial refinements to the performance measures that were approved by the council in February of last year. So staff are here today to discuss a draft of the refined performance measures to be included in a future Delta Plan amendment. And they're also here to summarize input from a March 9th public workshop, and then they'll talk about next steps.
So I'd like to thank you, Chairman Fiorini, and members of the council for the opportunity to close out today's agenda. My name's Terry Gaines. I'm the program manager in the Planning and Performance Division at the council, and since joining council staff in November of 2016, I've had the pleasure to manage the refinement efforts for the output and outcome performance measures. It's my first time in front of the council, so be kind. I want to acknowledge planning staff, Paul Levy here, and Dan Constable's in the back, and Megan Brooks, who couldn't be here today because they have really done the lion's share of the work in the refining of the performance measures. And they are way more versed in the technical aspects than I am. And I also want to thank the science program and our lead scientist, who have also been extremely helpful through the process. So council staff has presented to the council updates on performance measure development several times since the Delta Plan was adopted. And the last presentation was in February 2016 when you adopted Appendix E of the Delta Plan. And this refinement effort that I'm going to describe today picks up from there. And since there are some council members new council members and new to the performance measures, I'll give you a brief background on what the Delta Plan says about performance measures, describe previous amendment efforts, let you know what we are currently doing, and describe next steps. I will highlight the performance measures that support both the CSO and DLIS amendments, but I am not planning on going into the performance measures in detail at this point. And we are still in the process of receiving comments. I can highlight some early feedback we have received, but I look forward to your thoughts and input, and we will do our best to answer your questions. So the 2013 Delta Plan included a full set of administrative measures and initial set of output and outcome measures. And I'll quickly define these different types of measures. The administrative performance measures describe decisions made by policymakers and managers to finalize plans or approve resources for implementation of a program or groups of related programs. The output, also known as driver performance measures, evaluate the factors that may be influencing outcomes and include on-the-ground implementation of management actions, such as acres of habitat restored or acre-feet of water released, as well as natural phenomena outside of management control, such as flood, earthquake, or ocean conditions. And then the outcome performance measures evaluate the responses to the management actions or natural outputs. These definitions are included on the top of attachment 1 that you received, and that would be the performance measure matrix with the red line version. So the Delta Plan acknowledged that development of performance measures for large-scale systems like the Delta is complex and would take some time. Thus, the Council committed to focus on output and outcome measures through a multi-year effort. Since adoption of the plan in 2013, the Council has made significant progress in assessing and refining the full set of Delta performance measures. In August 2015, a full suite of performance measures was presented to the Council, and through a series of internal meetings with planning and science staff, public workshops, there were proposed refinements to these outcome and output and outcome measures, and they underwent iterative review and refinement using best available science. These meetings resulted in further refinements of the Delta Plan performance measures. And then in December of 2015, Council staff requested the Independent Science Board to review the process for refining these output and outcome measures. In January 2016, Council staff provided the ISB with a report, the process for refining and updating the Delta Plan performance measures. And then the ISB provided a Council a written report of the ISB review. And this report concluded that the ISB was supportive of the Council's approach and suggested using local experts for reviewing the performance measures themselves. And then at your meeting on February 25th in 2016, you adopted the 37 output and outcome measures as an amendment to the Delta Plan. The plan states that there will be periodic reviews and updates would be made to changing conditions. So in addition to the performance measures amendment of February 2016, you also had approved the single-year water transfer amendment in last September. And as was discussed earlier, staff are currently working on the CSO and DLIS amendments. So that brings us to now. Staff are further refining the outcome and output measures in light of the public input received during updates of the DLIS process and development of the CSO amendments. And a subset of the performance measures were sent out for review by local experts as recommended by the ISB. And we just received and are digesting these external reviews.
Terry, would it be fair to say that it's more than local experts, it's subject matter experts?
It is subject matter experts, but what the ISB asked for was subject matter experts very familiar with the system and the Delta.
Regional expertise,
yes.
I believe, is what they
Regional
asked for.
expertise. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So we expect to revise some of the metrics as a result of the reviews by the local experts to ensure that these performance measures are based on best available science. And we've also received some public comment at the March 9th public workshop, and so far we've received 2 letters from the public. The early feedback from the public has focused on the water supply reliability and reduced reliance performance measures. And we've also received comments on salinity and water quality related performance measures. So I wasn't going to go into the entire suite of refinements, and as listed in your packet, I just wanted to let you know that of the 37 output and outcome amendments undergoing refinement, there were 17 with significant refinements, including adding an additional submetric for flow, 16 of the performance measures were reworded for clarification. There were 2 performance measures that were combined into one, and there were 3 performance measures that we didn't touch. These performance measures on the screen are the ones that are related to the CSO amendment. And then these are, Dan stole my thunder, these are the performance measures that are related to the D-list. And he went into those in a little more detail. So looking ahead from here, tomorrow's the scoping meeting for the 3 plan amendments. And then staff will complete our analysis of the external subject matter expert review. We expect to revise the performance measures based on input from you today, public comments already received at the March 9th public workshop, and tomorrow's scoping meeting, and suggestions from the external expert reviews. And then we will return to the council with a request for you to approve these revised performance measures. And then those approved performance measures will be included in the performance measure amendment in the draft EIR. And that's all I have.
Questions? Questions of Terry or Paul? Ken and then Patrick.
Well, I'll yield to Senator Johnston first.
The senior senator.
Thanks. It seems like, looking back to our morning discussion, that when we put Humpty Dumpty back together again in our future meetings and look at conveyance and storage and operations, that it's important for the public who is here and everybody else to realize that these performance measures are really relevant to the point made by many people, the fear that a project of dual conveyance will be the wrong incentive for export areas to conserve water. And yet our performance measures will hold everyone accountable for that, and they're in some specificity. In fact, I'm struck by the high numbers for San Francisco Bay Area, which approximate the southern coast area for water import levels. So it's just I think a recognition that what we're doing here should be part of the story we tell about whatever we do on conveyance and storage.
Yeah, good point. Ken?
Great presentation. This is very substantive information, and to come up with performance measures that are meaningful, they're quantifiable, and there's actually some path to achieve them is really difficult. So I really commend staff on their efforts. I just wanted to clarify that what we have in front of us today is essentially what was discussed at the public workshop. You're still in the process of making changes to this. So, maybe this is a process question. I mean, it's clear on the CSO amendment and DLIS that we vote to approve it. So what's you're going to make changes to these and we'll look at them, and somewhere it all comes together in a draft environmental impact report. And so, what is the schedule, knowing that this is difficult and we've got 3 different pieces in that EIR and they all have to sync up before we issue a draft. So how does the performance measures fit into that? And maybe you mentioned it, but I'm not clear.
Yeah, well, I'll defer to Terry's knowledge of the exact timeline, but I believe it's by April, or is it May, that we hope to bring back the package that reflects changes that would have been made based on all the input received for consideration by the council. And if there's additional significant input at that point, then we can turn around and get another draft. But the goal, I think, would be, is it April or is it May?
Well, we hope to have something next month, but we really are digesting the external reviewers, and from a quick look at the reviews, and we had teleconferences this week with the reviewers, that we need to make some changes. So we don't want to rush the process. We want to make sure that what we come up with is that they're solid and they're best on best available science. So I
think we'll know more by the April meeting whether
right.
we've been able to satisfactorily address those comments. If there are specific ones you're interested in, we could discuss today, or we could.
I've given some input,
Yeah.
and we'll try and provide some more comments. I'm wondering what the CEQA analysis is for the performance measures, because it's not, it's clear on DLIS. I think it's clearer on the CSO amendment, but on performance measures, what is the environmental impact? And I'm thinking that the level of analysis is not equal, but really the crux of the product is very much more important. So I don't know that all things are equal in pulling these things together into a draft, and want to give us sufficient time to do that.
Sure. So when I answered Supervisor Thompson's question earlier this morning, I think I was careful to use the word anticipate. Apparently I should have been a little bit more careful in other choices of words I made earlier this morning. But we anticipate that, by virtue of historical accident, that these amendments all seem to be coming together relatively close to the same time. And so that's why we would be doing a CEQA document. Particularly for performance measures, as you just mentioned, it seemed to make a lot of sense to analyze them in conjunction with the conveyance, storage, and operations amendment, because they do work so close, or a few of them at least work so closely together. The council, however, is the driver of the schedule. So if it wants more time for one amendment, less time for another, that's a calculus that staff can go back and make recommendation on, and then what we should be doing for purposes of CEQA. With particular regard to an analysis of performance measures in CEQA, I think you're right. It will be quite difficult, because the way the council staff in the past, and I think it's a safe and appropriate approach to take in CEQA, is that whether the council is adopting a regulation or a recommendation under CEQA, we recommend analysis of it as if that recommendation were to be complied with, even though it's not a regulation, for purposes of analyzing potential impacts. And so we would be, even though staff at this point is proposing to you these revised performance measures as recommendations to inform council members, particularly for purposes of the 5-year review that we have to do under statute, they would be analyzed under CEQA as if they would be met, so that the full range of impacts will be analyzed.
Yeah, maybe the point I'm bringing up is that, we should look at what the analysis in CEQA is going to be of these performance measures, and not assume that you've got to drive this train at the same speed you have to drive the other two trains. I just don't know how you, in a program EIR, you spend a lot of time analyzing these specific measures. And I'm sure, there's smart people out there that know it, but I don't think the depth of and the time needed to analyze these things, which really work off the DLIS and the CSO amendment, they all have to marry up before you release a draft. But I think, we because this is so important, want to make sure that we are giving it the time and thought, and being responsive to the comments we have, and not, I think we've got a little more flexibility. I could be wrong, but so I'm asking staff that
you're
question
right,
to look into.
We have to do it right first. So.
Okay. Other council questions, comments? Do we have a request for public comment? I see representatives from 2 agencies that submitted letters that I have in my binder. Okay. Kirby, Mojave Water Agency. You're a long ways from home. Good. The council has received your comment letter.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and I appreciate acknowledgement of that. And again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and other members of the council. Yes, my name is Kirby Brill. I'm here with Mojave Water Agency. I'm the general manager of Mojave Water Agency. In particular, I'm here today to discuss your proposed performance measure 3.4 having to do with reduced reliance. This is something that our agency has been tracking for quite some time, and I think I've had a number of interactions in the last few weeks, in the last few months, and the last few years with a number of your staff trying to at least communicate to staff Mojave Water Agency's position. And in some cases, it's somewhat unique, and in some cases, it's actually similar to many other contractors as well. So with that, we really very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in the discussion today. Really the purpose of my discussion today is primarily to ensure that the Stewardship Council is aware of what I would consider potential, maybe unanticipated negative collateral damage to what I refer to as good water management in California. And I guess before I get into kind of making 2 points I want to make, just a little bit of context about Mojave Water Agency, because I think it kind of helps tell the story. Most of you know we're one of 29 state water contractors, so we're tied into the state water system. We are and have been extremely committed to integrated regional water management plan concepts. We really began this journey back in the very early 2000s, 2001 or 2002. Prior to the legislation coming out, we had a very effective partnership with DWR. We believed in these concepts, believed in stakeholder involvement, believed in the integrated approach, and we've since committed to that over the years, and I think we've been one of the success stories out there. Part of that commitment to integrated regional water management planning is obviously a commitment to conservation. As part of our 2004 integrated plan, we set forth a very aggressive program on conservation. And I think it was in 2005 where we adopted the 20 by 20 mantra. If you remember your history, that was well before the governor came out. And as one of the main commitments to that 20 by 20 goal, we were one of the first in state to enact a very aggressive turf removal program in our area. It was, at the time we did it, which is around 2007, it was a very significant cultural shift. It's kind of now become kind of the norm in California. And we started that in 2007. It's still underway. We're primarily emphasizing larger scale commercial areas, and we've since removed over 10 million square feet from our service area. It may not sound like a big number when you compare it to Metropolitan Water District, but that's 10 million square feet over probably a population of about 400 or 450,000. This and other programs have resulted in a net per capita decrease of 48% since the 2000s. And a kind of an interesting little factoid we just came across this year, our total water use, both groundwater and state water project, is now below the amounts that it was in 1997. So, and that's as a result of an increase in population of over 30%. So again, very, very committed to these principles. As you've been discussing, all these principles are part of the integrated actions that are required to reduce reliance on the Delta. So we kind of feel like we've been trying to do our part, and we think we've been very successful. Some of the other things that we're a little handicapped with, the tools that we don't really have available to, and I think this, again, this isn't necessarily unique to our agency. We really don't see a material impact from stormwater capture. We're in a closed basin. Matter of fact, in the adjudication, the groundwater adjudication process, there's actually prohibitions of stormwater capture for water supply, because what's captured upstream is to the detriment of the downstream entities. So, and also, since it's a closed basin, it's not a new supply. We look at the entire basin, and water essentially doesn't does not flow out to the ocean because we're in an inland area. So basically all of water is used. So doing stormwater capture really does not add to the pie at all. The same principle applies to wastewater reclamation. We do have a lot of wastewater reclamation. It's kind of making our system a little more efficient in where we use it. But right now, a lot of the wastewater that's reclaimed is treated and discharged in the river, and it's a downstream supply. So the more wastewater that's reclaimed and used upstream can be of detriment to the downstream users. So, and it's not really a new supply. So we're really kind of handicapped, and when we talk about the solution to California is more stormwater, more reclaimed water, well, those are really small or negligible or non-existent parts of our portfolio. So with that said, we look at the performance measures as proposed, and given somewhat the unique, again, we're not alone, but somewhat the unique, the way the contract works, the state water contract, we look at these performance measures and we see them differentially impacting our contractual access to state water project supply. I'll try to unpack that in just a little bit. But as background, the agency, as our integrated as our portfolio approach, we made very material forward-looking investments. In the late 90s, we purchased additional Table A from other contractors. We made a similar purchase in the late 2000s to increase our Table A, largely to mitigate against loss of supply from the Wanger decisions. So a lot of these were very forward investments, looking at the need for that moving forward. The agency, like all the other contractors, pay our share of the project. We pay our share of fixed costs. We also pay for water to be delivered to us. Our share of the fixed costs that we pay every year is about just a little under $20 million. And for those of you that are not familiar with the contract, that's money that we pay for the right to ask to buy the water that's available. And so that's money that's paid whether or not we take a drop of water or not. And it basically is paid our share of the capital, our share of the ongoing O&M, so on and so forth. But it's there to enable that we have access to our share of the supply on an annual basis and a long-term basis of the contract. So again, and at the same time, many other contractors are in a little bit different situation because historically they've been using more of their contractual share over the years. In addition to that, we've also invested over $200 million in local infrastructure. Most of that local infrastructure has been on pipelines, being able to move it through the facility, and groundwater recharge facilities. I mentioned early actions just a few moments ago about things, ways to reduce our reliance. We have policies in place that allow us to meet complete demands in our entire service area by completely going off the state water project in dry years. And with our groundwater recharge facilities and our groundwater banks, we're able to sustain really a 0% allocation for 3 to 4 to 5 years because of the investments that we've made. So again, in our mind, you can't reduce your reliance more on the Delta by not having to use it in these dry years for multiple years at a time.
So Kirby, help us understand how the performance measures could be adjusted to accommodate for this uniqueness.
Yes. Right now, the first version was essentially by contractor or by supplier. And again, our unique position is basically, when you look historically, our historical take has been very low. So that becomes the baseline moving forward. Your latest revisions help, but they look at hydrologic cycle. We just happen to be in the South Lahontan region. The other contractor in there is Antelope Valley East Current. I believe you heard from them as well too. So we're in very similar positions. So when you look at us historically, our historical take is low. So when the performance measures are applied to us, we're benchmarked against kind of a historical low allocation. And then when you look at what is contractually available to us, that's significantly low. The net effect is it could either penalize us or impair us from utilizing our contractual share. So, okay, getting back to the movement towards the region is helpful. It actually moved our impairment. It moved the degree of impairment down a little bit, but it is still there. Basically, because of all the things I just talked about, it's almost impossible for us to make that, make those performance measures. And so one of the things that we have discussed and put forward and for consideration is when you look at the State Water Project as a whole, it seems like that's where the emphasis should be. Because we're trying to make the project, given all of the movements of water in, between areas, we're trying to make that less dependent. So our suggestion has been, when you look at a region, actually go beyond the supplier which you have and potentially go beyond the hydrologic region and really look at the contract as a whole. And kind of my last point is, again, when you look at individual contractors like ourselves, if they look forward and they either are penalized or can't use additional yield that they may be lost, it's going to really impair their ability to consider participating in a Cal Water Fix or a project like Sites, because that's going to come through the Delta too, and if you look at the metrics, that could count against them. So when contractors are starting to look at this, they're looking at the performance metrics, they're looking from their same, and when they look back on their historical take, if it's low, they question whether or not it's worthy of making investments in the future to protect what they may be losing if they're going to lose it anyways, if that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, lots of nuance there, but I guess my point here is that as you move forward, just take these nuances in consideration. As was indicated earlier, it is complex. You have an incredible challenge in front of you. But the point again for me today is just make sure you're aware of some of these nuances, and as you move forward through the process, hopefully you can take those into consideration.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And we appreciate the thoughtful letter, the meetings that we've had, and I know staff is really wrestling with this one because it is, there's a solution, but I don't know that we're quite there yet.
It may require some digging. I understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Linda Dorn with Regional SAN. In search of some TMDLs for pesticides.
Yes, I've been working on one myself personally for years with the pyrethroids. But good afternoon, Chair Fiorini, council members. My name is Linda Dorn. I'm an environmental program manager with Regional SAN. And Regional SAN owns and operates the wastewater treatment plant that services the approximately 1.4 million people in this greater Sacramento area. We take our mission very seriously, which is to protect public health and the environment. And in doing so, that means we are inherently involved in water quality and maintaining good water quality in the Delta. We did submit a comment letter that is specific to some of the performance measures in water quality. So I won't spend a lot of time on that because what I really want to focus on is our request to make certain that the State Water Board and Regional Water Board are involved with the development of the performance measures, metrics, I'm sorry, not remembering the other two, but the complete set of what goes into the performance measures. And that's because they have the regulatory authority for establishing water quality criteria and making certain that it's met in the ambient water conditions of the Delta. So I don't know if they are part of the subject matter panel experts that will be asked for advice and worked with, but if they aren't, I would highly recommend that you include them. I would like to say that when I was looking on the website at the dashboard that you all have put together for looking at how performance measures are being met, that was very helpful. And what you did is you go to the State Water Board to see where the water quality recommendations and the performance measures for those, how they're being met. And so obviously you can see that there's a direction back to the State Water Board. So their involvement, I think, will help produce the metrics, baselines, all the pieces of your performance measure that will get you to an outcome that you want, which is water quality that supports the ecosystem in the Delta. So that's
Good.
really all I have to say.
Thank you, and thanks for checking out the dashboard and for the positive feedback.
Yeah.
That product came through a lot of effort on behalf of staff, so it's good to get positive feedback on that. And
Yeah.
we hear you. If the regional board is not involved, get them involved in
Yes.
this. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you. Anything else regarding file item number 12? That completes all the requests for public comment. Then we're on to file item number 13, general public comment. I have a request from Barbara Berrigan-Perea. Going once, twice, gone. All right, and we have a request from Bill Rice-Knight. Bill looks like he's gone too. So, all right. Thank you all for coming. Meeting adjourned.